terrific catch.
Is he ready? Very well done, and he's done superbly.
And it's a big shot straight away from Phillips.
There we go, he might have just turned his bat on.
Good morning and welcome to day 2 on a bright and sunny morning here at the Seat Unique Stadium. My name's Dan Whiting. I'm joined by Ian Randall as Gloucestershire are going to resume this morning on 108 for 3. Ollie Price on his birthday will be looking to move his score on from 26 overnight, and Graham Van Buren is on 16. Ian, how do you see today going?
Morning, Dan.
Morning.
The brightly clad, it must be said, Dan Whiting today. We don't have the camera over in our commentary position, but he'd do well at the middle bulb of a set of traffic lights, probably at the moment. Dan, 108 for 3. The forecast is that we might get as far as 4:30 or maybe 5 o'clock before we get any interruptions today, which would be a benefit compared to yesterday. And that, I think, means that Gloucestershire's target has got to be to bat right through until that point if they can. There was a little bit of uneven bounce yesterday, just the odd one on the first day. Bear in mind, this is a used pitch. It was played in the T20 on Friday against Somerset, and Callum Parkinson also turned one a long way through. It must be said through a big gap that Miles Hammond left, but he turned one a long way to bowl Hammond late yesterday. Probably two schools of thought. Can Gloucestershire bat most of the day and get to somewhere about 350, maybe a bit more if they could.
400 if they can bat. If it goes all day.
If it goes all day, they might get 400. But if we are curtailed a little later in the day, they'd love to get to somewhere between 300 and 350. And then they've got to try and bowl Leicestershire out probably twice if they can, bearing in mind the time that we might lose. The alternative thought would be, is this the wicket that is going to actually give the bowlers just as much help today, such that we could see a steady trickle, maybe a bit more than a trickle of wickets, so that it could end up being quite a low scoring game. I think Gloucestershire's target obviously is, if they can, to try and leave themselves, if it goes like this, a tiny target to chase, or whether Zafar can really get to work and produce one of his match-winning performances in both innings.
Yeah, I'm of the sort of the latter there. I think that Gloucestershire, if they can get to 280, they've got something to work with here. I think that the pitch has got a little bit in it. I think it's going to take turn. I think Zafar Gahar could be a real handful on this later in the game. I also think the atmospherics here as well, the ball's going through the air a little bit. It's quite very humid here, as it was yesterday. And it's going to be hot but really sticky here in Bristol, and that's going to make the ball swing. That's going to play into the hands of the bowlers. And I think if Gloucestershire can get to 280, they've got something to work with, because they've got Tom Price back in the side. They've got Ajit Singh Dale back in the side as well, who'll be, looking to take advantage of that swing. But the wonderful thing about both these sides in recent years as well is they are consistently inconsistent.
Yeah, and Paul Nixon, though, we talk about sometimes about attitudes of coaches. And we go back to that game here when Gloucestershire had that big chase a couple of years or so ago, and it was his sort of aggressive tactics for his team with the bat in the second innings that actually made a game out of that, because even though Leicestershire were a bowler short, this is 2021, they still went for it in their second innings to try and tease Gloucestershire with a target. And even though 348 was a lot to chase, particularly when you are a bowler down and you think, well, can we really bowl them out, even though we've got that many runs in the bank? They couldn't do it, and obviously Ian Cobain and Tom Lace got Gloucestershire home then. Talking about games with lots of wickets, a friend of ours, Dave Griffin, will be here later in the season. He's the photographer at Derbyshire. If you're on social media, you probably know him. He's a frequent poster, gets to the ground very early in the morning and posts his thoughts about the day he's watched and the day ahead. And he referred this morning to a game here between Gloucestershire and Derbyshire in 2010, where Derbyshire were bowled out for 44 on the first day and had won the game by tea on the second day. Now, I don't think we're going to quite see that sort of clatter of wickets this morning, but I was forced to look at the card for that game. So Derbyshire 44 and 236, Gloucestershire 156 and chasing 125 to win, bowled out for 70. And in that innings of 44, James Franklin took 7 for 14 in 6 overs, and the whole thing was done in 16 overs and 1 ball.
Wowzers, that is serious, that is serious. Right, the umpires are on their way out to the middle. So Paul Baldwin and Junior Bumble, Graham Lloyd, are making their way out, followed by Leicestershire, and the batters, Graham Van Buren's going to take the first ball. Ollie Price at the non-strikers in, 22 years old today.
Yeah, and you think he's got very much sort of his careers in front of him here, hasn't he? He's got every expectation of getting a good languages degree, which is a good skill to have, and you're not bad at a sport either. That's if you're a parent and you've got a son who's ticking those boxes, I think you'd be pretty proud of him.
Or even 2 sons.
Yeah, even 2 sons. Yeah, quite. Chris Wright to start us off this morning, and was there a nick? And there is, and Graham Van Buren has been given out by Graham Lloyd first ball. Tumbling take from Peter Hanscom, and Graham Lloyd's finger goes up. Here's a second look at it. It's a little push, and Graham Van Buren looks aghast at the umpire. Maybe he thought it was bat to ground, but Graham Lloyd's an experienced operator, and the Gloucestershire captain has to walk, and it's 108 for 4.
Yeah, he wasn't happy about that, was he? Wasn't happy.
You know, obviously former player, And I'm always an advocate of, and it doesn't always happen in other sports, of former players going on to officiate because they have a greater feel for the game than somebody like. So for me here, Nigel Long used to be a policeman, didn't he? Didn't Nigel Plews? Nigel Plews used to be a policeman.
Yeah, Nigel Long played for Kent.
He did, yeah, correct.
Yep.
Sorry, getting my Nigels mixed up. Nigel Plews used to be a
You
policeman.
don't get your Nigels mixed up now, Ian. Don't get your Nigels mixed up, mate.
Making plans for and all that. So Nigel Plews used to be a policeman but became a first-class umpire. And I always feel that if you've been out there in the middle for 10, 12, 15 years, you know when a batsman's out or not.
Yeah.
If you're an umpire, you've got I think you've got a better chance of getting those fine decisions right more often.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
So, skipper back in the pavilion, and here is James Bracey in at number 6, and Chris Wright with an early wicket. And Bracey, that's that go outside the off stump. So we're back to the right-left-hand combination again, and what we're unclear about from here on is what the 7, 8, 9 order will look like. It's going to be Danny Lamb, Zafar Gahar and Tom Price, but in what order? I must confess, I would have thought that Lamb might bat at 7, but I think in the card he's not down to bat there. Bracey firmly out to Budinger at cover. I thought Wright bowled typically solidly yesterday.
Yeah, he's very good. Very good.
Long spell obviously interrupted by 2 rain breaks, but only really bowled 1 bad ball in 12 overs. That was punished with a pull for 4, but apart from that, he did all you would expect, and he might well have an extended stint here this morning as well. Running away from us at the Ashley Down Road end, and Bracey defends. Having dropped down the order in the T20, Bracey could do with a long knock here.
Yeah, he certainly could. He's dropped down the order in the county championship. I mean, he was number 3, wasn't he, at the start of the season? I've got 5 Nigels in my team at the moment. Yeah, I'm trying to get a team of Nigels.
Okay.
Yeah.
Briars?
Yes, he's in there.
Right. Right, again, a little bit of swing there. It was quite early, out of the hand.
Yeah.
Bracey again defence, so Nigel Briars.
There we go, there's our email address. Let us know your Nigels. Give us your Nigels. Hampshire. He became an umpire as well.
Cowley.
Yes, Nigel Cowley.
Okay. There can't be too many. Right, and Bracey goes back into his crease off the mark with a little nudge to Josh Hull. I wonder whether he'll be given the ball this morning. I suspect. Ooh.
Somerset, son of a judge.
Well, it will be. I thought it was going to be Scriven to bowl, but it will be Hull, I think, from the pavilion end. Somerset, son of a judge. Okay, I'm going to have to just sidestep that one at the moment.
In fact, 2 Somersets.
2
in
Somersets.
there. Nigel must be very popular in the Somerset area.
What was Derek Taylor's brother's name, the keeper? Wasn't Nigel, was it? Cause
No.
Otherwise you'd have said.
No, he was Hampshire, wasn't he, Derek Taylor's brother? Was he Mike Taylor?
Mike Taylor, that's right. Okay, yeah, that's a good one to ponder. And a team of Nigels.
I'll give you till the end of the over.
Oh, okay. So Briars and Cowley we can have.
Briars and Cowley.
I'm struggling after that.
Yeah. Josh Hull coming over the wicket. That's down the leg side. That's a good take there by Peter Hanscom.
Do you think there is an 11?
Well, I've got 5.
Right. Without Googling.
Without Googling. Oh, I've got 6, including Nigel Long.
Yes, we'd have Nigel Long, can't we?
Yeah.
he did play.
I had to Google one of them actually.
Did you?
Yeah, I've never heard of Nigel Paul, although he made 7 appearances in first-class cricket in the 1950s. Josh Hull, oh, that's a good leave by James Bracey. Goes over the top of off stump.
I can't think who the Somerset one is.
2 Somerset ones.
2 Somerset ones.
2 Somerset ones. Yeah.
What era?
80s, 70s and 80s. I think 80s, definitely 80s, maybe 90s. No, 80s we're looking at. Bracey just works out on back with a square. Ahmed.
I went to school with a Nigel Davis. Does that count?
Could he play cricket?
Yeah,
he's in.
Yeah, he
throw him in. Get him in the side. We're lacking Nigels.
Yeah, he was in Pitt. That was one of the house names, as in William Pitt, and he was quite good.
You don't get many babies called Nigel these days.
No.
Do you? But you know, we wouldn't sort of poke fun at the name. Otherwise, Nigel Ben might walk in.
Did Nigel Lawson ever play? I wonder.
Driven by Bracey or Nigella.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Any prominent See, Nigel Martin, who kept goal for Bristol Rovers, wasn't a bad cricketer.
Yeah, he played. Did he play for
Cornwall, I think.
Yeah. Was he from St Blaisey?
That's right.
Yep.
It's good knowledge.
Yeah.
It's not helping with my Somerset Nigels. I'm not surprised we can't think
Too
of
far south. I want Somerset Nigels in.
Yeah.
Bracey.
I'm not surprised we've forgotten who they were.
Yeah, they were sort of both, I think, batted 3, 4, 5.
No, I don't think we're going to delve very far and get those.
Okay, we've got Nigel Popplewell,
Oh right, yes, okay.
son of the judge, wasn't he? Son of Lord Justice Popplewell, wasn't he? Or related to him, I think, wasn't he? Maybe I've thrown a red herring there in the son of a judge as Bracey drives that up to mid-off. That completes the over. 109 for 4. Gloucestershire losing their skipper, Graham Van Buren, caught behind off the very first ball of the day. The other one's Nigel Felton.
Oh yes. Now then, Nigel, interesting. He has an interesting job now. Do you know what that is?
No.
He runs a company that do all the ground covering in bad weather for the Premiership Rugby.
Oh, okay.
Sort of inflatable.
Yeah. Hot air balloons
and things. Yeah, he runs that company.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Niche Nigel.
Yeah, very niche. But I mean, frankly, a very important job for those grounds that don't have 4G pitches or don't have undersoil heating, particularly when our friends from television want games to be on. Here's right. Pleasant shot from Ollie Price. Up again to mid-on. We've still got the 2 slips in, and then this sort of, I would say that's almost like a fine gully there. So Patel and Ackerman in the slips.
Nigel Illingworth played at Trent-Bridge.
Going to have some suggestions from.
Yeah, we need you Nigels.
Yeah. Email from Mark from Madrid in, which I'll come to in a moment. That's clipped away by Ollie Price. Single for him down to Callum Parkinson, who's in the sun hat. Mark says, morning, another day of Gloucestershire drought busting yesterday. Yes, we had rain, nobody else did. Looking at the side, no Payne, Matt Taylor or De Langer. I was just wondering, when was the last time the Gloucestershire fielded what could be argued was their strongest attack? I can't think of any occasion in 22 or 23. It may have been 21, and even then we had a severe mid-season injury crisis. Any thoughts on this question? He says. Clipped by Bracey, no great power, just feeling bat on ball at the moment, up to mid-on. So the other debate would be, what would Gloucestershire consider their top attack at the moment if everyone was fit? And I suppose that would depend how many bowlers you picked. Would you pick? Are we only talking a 4-man attack here, or are we talking 4+? Here is Wright. That's outside the off stump, quite wide. Let go. So you're certainly picking 3 seamers and Zafar, aren't you?
Yeah, well, on this season's form, I think Price and Ajit Singh Dale have to be in there, don't they? Tom Price and Ajit Singh Dale.
In which case, I would like David Payne to be with those 2.
It offers you a different point of attack, doesn't it? With
Yeah.
the left arm.
And Zafar. Now the question is, do you want another bowler in there? Is 4 is always a risk. Right, quite close to the stumps. Oh, a bit shorter and a bit of bounce there for him as well. There was just a couple yesterday. He didn't bowl very much short at all. There was one very extreme bouncer, but by and large, Wright doesn't pitch much short.
It's a hazy sunshine today, isn't it?
It is, but it's hazy, but not sort of with that low cloud we had yesterday. Yesterday, really at no stage was there very much brightness, and the cloud that was around, Dan always judges, that was the end of the over of course, Dan always judges the weather by how far we can see towards the Mendips from the Ashley Down Road end, and yesterday it was very, very murky on the horizon. It's not that today.
You can see them, but they're not stand out. They're not clear, are they?
No, but yesterday it's the old Lancashire rule. You know, if you can't see the Pennines, it's raining. If you can see them, it'll rain soon. You know, not quite that. No, I mean the forecast today. Just to reiterate, if you are planning your day around being with us, we reckon probably till about 5 o'clock, and then there's a risk.
Oh, and that's dropped. Price. Is that carried? Let's have a look, see if that's carried. It's Ackerman at second slip. Let's have a look, see if this carries. Price probably didn't need to play at this and pushes it out. And I think it just about carried. It would have been a spectacular catch.
He's quite... Do I mean narrow there? He is quite narrow at second slip, isn't he?
Oh, to Price, who gets that one fine. That's going to go away for the first boundary of the morning. And that's a pleasant shot. And maybe that's Colin Ackerman's birthday present to him.
Well, that was... Hull is a young bowler, and at the moment what we're seeing is it's a bit both sides of the wicket, isn't it? There's something in each over that's...
Yeah, Chris Dent was particularly severe on him yesterday. But that's the top score of the innings so
down
far.
the leg side.
Here he comes. Price defends, goes out to mid-wicket, who misfields a ball just trickling towards him.
So would you always pick 5 bowlers?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would. But you see, what you've got here at Gloucestershire, you've got people who can bowl and bat. I mean, Zafar is up there. Ollie Price.
You could gamble, you see, and I mean, it may happen in this game. Would Zafar bat at 7?
I think Tom Price might bat at 7. Hull. That's a lovely shot from Ollie Price. Happy birthday.
Gloucestershire won't mind seeing Hull here for... Well, he only bowled 2 overs yesterday. I think if he bowled more than 4 here, I'd be surprised. Because Leicestershire can't, having got a wicket already and having right at one end very much keeping the lid on things. They don't want it to get away at the other end, and it may not be long. Hull may only have 3 or 4 overs here to try and get another wicket.
Price leaves that. It's a good carry there from Hull. He's a tall lad. He's 6'7". Huntingdon lad. Some good cricket up in that neck of the woods. Huntingdonshire and Peterborough Town. Decent club. I think Northamptonshire might have played at Peterborough, even though it's a long way out. James Healy's throwing footballers into our Nigel list here. Price defends. Nigel Fenton, Cambridge United, 1984. Oh, Cambridge University. I was thinking, why are you throwing footballers in?
Yes, if you have any
You've got Cambridge U. I saw that as Cambridge United.
If you have any Nigel cricketers, we have got Cowley, Briers, Popperwell, Felton, and Long at the moment in our team of Nigels. Anybody obvious we've missed out? Do drop us a note on the email, commentators@glossccc.co.uk. Wright and Scriven just having a chat. Bracey hasn't. I wonder if Bracey's been down to face Hull yet. I don't think he has. But Wright has kept him at his end. And here he is to start a new over. And Bracey just gets a bit tucked up by that, but just dribbles it out in front of him. There's some interesting cricket. Dan mentioned about outgrounds. Game at Chesterfield in Division 2 and a game at Southport in the First Division. Both looked very well attended yesterday as well. I think the weather was a bit it was very warm further north. It was warm enough here, but very warm further north. They had good crowds at both those 2 grounds.
Tunbridge Wells as well?
Yeah, that's 3 then, in fact, in this round. Right. Well, that just came back a touch as well, straightened a bit, and Bracey forces it only to as far as Ahmed, who's at point. I was thinking about Ahmed's couple of overs last night. We sort of compared him a bit to Rashid Khan in the way that he's a flatter leg spinner. And Dan was talking about Kumble, who was obviously a very tall man. I'll just park comparisons with Warne here for a moment, but three leg spinners I think of slightly different types, which I'll come to perhaps during this over, because Ahmed, I'm sure he's going to have a bowl today. Right in, and Bracey again gets that front pad right forward. So Kumble, very tall, therefore got quite a lot of bounce. Abdul Qadir, shorter man, a really wristy leg spinner for me, thinking back. And Ahmed and Rashid Khan, who's the plays a lot of white ball cricket, I get that. I would say skiddy is probably the word I'd use about Ahmed and about Khan for that matter. Here he's right into Bracey. It's very straight, and Bracey just works it into the leg side.
We spoke about Abdul Qadir with Zahir Abbas yesterday, and he was a magician. But he also had, the flipper, which skidded onto the batsman. I think leg spinners have got quicker and quicker over the years. There's a lad at Glamorgan at the moment called Peter Hatzoglu, who pushes it through quite quickly.
Bracey is on the pad by Wright, and up goes Graham Lloyd's finger again. A second wicket for Wright in this spell, and a second wicket in 20 minutes this morning. How low was this?
That's kept low.
Oh, it's hit him on the roll, on the knee roll, and that was coming up as well. It wasn't as if it was on the dip. Bracey trapped in front, and Graham Lloyd not having too much bother with that. What was our debate at 10 to 11? The game might move forward if the ball started nipping about a bit, and Wright's got 2 wickets quickly this morning, and showing, why he is effectively the line leader in this Leicestershire attack.
Yeah, I'd be interested to have another look at that one. I wonder if that was... I mean, we could see James Bracey's middle and off stumps there. Whether he'd moved after the impact there, but you do wonder whether that was nipping down leg side. It is Tom Price coming out, isn't it? It is Tom Price coming out, number 7. Great to see. Not sure the Price brothers bat together that often. It looks like that's going down the leg side. Let's have another look at this. I think James Bracey might be he's way out of the way of the stumps.
Oh no, that's hitting.
Do you think so?
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's hitting leg and middle.
The general consensus in the room here is that it is hitting. I'm not sure.
See, perhaps that's me thinking as a bowler.
Yeah.
You think as an umpire, you see, and we try and be as fair. We try and be as fair as we can. That's always our way of looking at the cricket. But you could see why Graham Lloyd thought that was out. Wright does get, he doesn't bowl wide of the crease, does he? That's the one thing.
No, he
with
gets
him.
nice and tight.
Little bit of shape there, and I think that.
Gloucestershire in a spot of trouble here. 118 for 5.
Well, this morning it's 10 for 2, effectively. So Chris Wright to Tom Price, and that's both lifted and moved away off the pitch. So another successful over for Chris Wright, and he has taken this morning 2 for 2.
What do you think these two are having a chat about? Tom and Ollie Price.
Well,
were they going later for a pint for Ollie's birthday, perhaps, or?
They don't strike me as pint drinkers, It's probably pints of water. They're probably, kind of the ultimate athlete, I would suggest.
They're both lovely lads, aren't they? They're both really good lads.
Yeah, very, very feet on the ground type.
Yeah.
Gents as well.
Yeah.
And what you hope is that they don't lose that humble attitude, but they can. I'll come back to this after this ball from Hull.
Yeah, his Hull. Pass Paul Baldwin. That's lifted. That's seamed away and lifted. That's a good delivery.
So I get that you get to a point of playing first-class cricket because you certainly have ability. Some players get this far and then go further because they have a really steely attitude. And at this time, both the Price boys are so affable that you wonder if they've got that steely attitude. And I suppose it's probably growing for them, isn't it?
Yeah.
At the more cricket they play,
I think
the harder nosed they will become.
Yeah, I think they have.
And you hope they don't lose that personal ability. Is that the other word?
Yeah. Hull. Ollie lets that one go.
It's a bit like playing in the twos and playing in the first. So if you're in your club team, if you're a good club man and you play in the seconds and because you enjoy your cricket, that's fine. But the first want to win on a Saturday. Therefore, if you haven't got that really,
you need that bit of, as the
edge.
Australians call it, a bit of mongrel.
You haven't got that edge. You might not get in the first.
No, I think they've got it. I think that they're both hard cricketers. Is Hull. Ollie defends. I think they've got it, definitely. I think they're hard cricketers, but I think off the pitch they're both really polite lads, and credit to everyone who's sort of brought them up, from their parents to sort of coaches in their cricket club, come from Great and Little Chew Cricket Club, which is the same as the Taylors. And they are a credit to everyone involved. His hole to Ollie, who whips that one through mid-wicket. That's a gorgeous shot. Ball races away. That's just pure timing. Flicks the wrist on the point of impact there. And the ball goes away. Textbook. Let the ball come onto you. Play it under your head. Play it with a full face. And on the point of impact, flick your wrists. And away it goes, and just rely on your timing, and Ollie Price did just that. He's moved on to 39. And he's going to get 4 more there as he jams out a Yorker and sends it past second slip.
He's trying not to get too bogged down here, Ollie Price.
What he's doing here is he's playing it late. When the ball's zipping around like this, you have to play it late. You have to play it under your head, and he's doing exactly that.
So this is his top score of the season in the championship. Hasn't played in all the games. This is only his 4th match out of 7.
Oh, that's just dropped short of Rishi Patel at first slip. That was well bowled, but also well played there by Ollie Price. He's played that with soft hands. Let's have another look at this one. Yeah, he's just played it with soft hands.
So he's
taking the pace off the ball.
2 edges now. One's just got short of second slip, one short of first.
It's doing a bit. I tell you, if Gloucestershire can get 280, as I said, they'll all fancy their chances here, because Tom Price and Ajit Singh Dale could be a real handful on this. And then later in the game, in the 4th innings, Zafar Gahar.
Yeah, the way the game moves on is if Leicestershire do bowl Gloucestershire out, particularly if there is the risk of maybe an hour or so being lost later on. We're on a long day today, 104 overs, we're adding on time from last night. So we'll have as much of that as possible. Right in, and Tom Price very nearly plays on. He plays that into the ground, and it's bounced, if not over, right past the leg stump.
I think there's a little bit of juice has got into this, and I think it's a little bit too pace. Some are sort of tennis ball bounce coming through, and others are zipping through and really carrying through to Hanscom.
It's going to make for some interesting watching today, you feel. Right, sprinting in again. Again, that's that swing from the hand.
Malk Starr has emailed us from Norfolk. He's a Leicestershire fan. Hello, Malk. Hope you're well. Nigel Haig played 5 tests for England in the 1920s. He was a Middlesex player. He's going straight into my side, Malk. Straight into my Nigels. He's sitting at home in Norfolk, hoping for a good Leicester performance.
Right. Oh, that's come back the other way.
This ball's moving around.
That's really, really good bowling. He's bowled the one that's left Tom Price through the air the previous ball, and this one has hooped back.
Cut him in half.
And no wonder it's proving difficult. We've got an email from Steve Hallam and an email from Mark from Madrid, who's come back on the question about the best Gloucestershire attack in the last couple of years. We'll get to that maybe at the end of this over from right. And Tom Price pushes that up to mid-off. I can do Steve Hallam's actually. Do you want to do Mark Stars first, because you said hello to him and you haven't said what his email is?
No, I have.
Have you?
Yeah. You put Nigel Haig straight in my Nigel side.
In your team.
Yeah.
Steve Hallam says, I keep banging this drum match after match, but until the county get batsmen that enjoy batting and are capable of staying there for a long period of time, Gloucestershire are going nowhere fast. Brackets, sadly. Steve, you won't get splinters with a view like that. Here is Wright again, swinging a little in the air and away from Tom Price.
Yeah, Wright's going through his repertoire here.
He's in a good rhythm.
Yeah.
He's got 2 wickets already, and you'll have a job to get the ball off him at the moment.
Apart from Ahmed, I think he's bowled all the overs, hasn't he? From
this end, yes.
Yeah.
And Scriven's warming up. I don't think Leicestershire want Josh Hull to concede too many here. Right in, that's all. It struck Price on the pad going down the leg side. There'll be just 1 leg by in that.
Yeah, that's Parkinson, who's left-handed there, coming onto the ball.
Yeah, so you don't risk 1 to him. 126 for 5. There's the match summary. 2 wickets to fall this morning. Both those of Graham Van Buren and James Bracey out to Chris Wright. Mark from Madrid, Mark Kidger, on the email earlier said, what would have been the best attack either this season or last? He says, last season our best seam attack would probably have been Payne, Higgins and Price. And if you want a left armour for variation, Price T obviously, Matt Taylor. David Payne played 6 times, Matt Taylor played 6 times, Tom Price played 8 times, Ryan Higgins played 11. So as often as not, we could not even field 2 of our best 4, and I do not recall us ever being able to put out all 4 in the same game. That would need us to go through all the cards, which is difficult to do during play. As often as not, we have played Zaffa even on green pitches because we needed someone to block up an end, because we do not have our best seamers available. Stronger sides with bigger player pools can overcome these issues. A side like Gloucestershire cannot, says Mark. Yeah, fair point. And if you look at them, and that's good analysis actually of the either the selection of the players or the availability of the players, whether they're selected or not. And we know that David Payne didn't have a good season for injuries last year, and same this year. He missed all the first 6 rounds. Here's Scriven.
Scriven's going to come into the attack. Sure, these 3 here, both Prices and Tom Scriven, played a lot of cricket with each other as well in Oxfordshire age groups coming through. He's from Oxford. I think Scriven came through the Hampshire age groups actually. But they'll know all about each other. Scriven's just 23 years old. Here he comes. Tom Price just... Does that come off the pad?
Certainly a soft sound there, so what's Paul Ball been saying? No, off the bat.
Yeah, thick and... Oh, he's given...
He's given...
Dead ball? No, he hasn't.
He's given Tom Price a run.
Yeah, I thought it was a thick inside edge. I thought he'd given a dead ball there for no shot. It's all the batsmen coming together. I thought they were crossing back.
I saw one message on social media this morning from someone who'd looked at all the cards from yesterday.
Scriven to Ollie, who defends.
And tried to pick which side was on top. And obviously we had fewer hours play here yesterday than just about anybody else. And he said he thought Leicestershire were on top after the close of play yesterday. Well, I think yesterday was, you could say, was balanced. Maybe Leicestershire had it by a tight margin, but they're definitely on top now with the 2 wickets this morning.
Yeah, certainly are. 1, 2, 8 for 5. That's just held its line, gone through to Peter Hanscom.
The key point, perhaps, and we did touch on this yesterday, is, you know, if you're facing a Hampshire or a Lancashire, they would have 4 seam bowlers almost of equal quality. And Leicestershire attacked very well, led by Chris Wright, but it's what do the backup bowlers do?
Scriven, that's gone between Hanscom. He's played that really late, Ollie Price. And it's actually gone between Patel at first slip and Peter Hanscom, who Patel's quite wide there. And ball's just wrong-footed. Hanscom. It's a bizarre shot, isn't it? Like a periscope. Congratulations to Lauren Filer and Danny Gibson. We had Danny on the commentary here during the Middlesex game, the T20, both playing for the Western Storm. They've been selected in the England's Women's Ashes Test squad. And they'll join Heather Knight in the squad for the Ashes Test match on June the 22nd. That's Price, Ollie Price up on his toes and punches that one into the covers.
So 47 he's got.
Callum Parkinson doing the fielding. That completes the over. So 1-3-2 for 5. Ollie on 47. Tom on 1.
He's got 5 50s, Ollie Price, in only 15 first-class matches. So for somebody who is a good slip fielder, all right, we haven't seen much of his bowling be effective in red ball cricket, but we know what he's done this year in the T20. He's garnering a good reputation, I think you'd say.
Yeah. Ed Barnes left out of this side for Leicestershire. There's a story about him.
Is it a soapy story?
Just a soapy story.
Here is Wright in again, little bit of not the big hoopy in swinger there, just a little bit of a wobble, and defended by Tom Price, who subconsciously is probably looking at what the ball's doing and thinking, I might quite like a fancier bowl on this.
Licking his lips.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll come on to the Ed Barnes story after this ball.
Wherever you may be joining us from, very welcome to the Seat Unique Stadium, where the sun's just gone in, but it is proper bowling conditions here this morning, certainly for this man, Chris Wright.
So Ed Barnes, 25-year-old from York, big Coronation Street fan, and a couple of years ago he said, right, if I get a 50 to Paul Nixon, I want a tour of the Coronation Street studios.
And a 50 for him would be quite an event, because
he bats at 9.
Yeah, he's a bowler.
Yeah. Anyway, he got his 50, and within a few weeks he was wandering around the Rovers' return.
Right, Tom Price, bat and pad pretty close together.
See, we're educational on this stream, from Des Barnes to Ed Barnes, from Mike Baldwin to umpire Paul Baldwin.
I'm trying to think of another one I can add to that. I can't do a story about Steve Wright to go with Chris Wright, unfortunately. But we will be here in the afternoon, hopefully, as he was. Here is Wright again. Oh, Price lets that go. That's Tom, and that's a good judgment. Very good judgment. Murray left it more on length than anything else. That was very tight, though. Look how this climbs over the off stump.
Good leave.
Very, very tight leave. Still the 2 slips in.
Quite watchful, this from Tom Price. He likes to put bat to ball.
Certainly did at Worcester earlier in the summer. Right to bowl to him, and that's
Like that.
hit down the ground. It's very, very straight. Therefore, no chance for the man at mid-off, and it races away for 4. First one that was really in the slot to be driven by that from Chris Wright, and Tom Price picked it up and dispatched it to that short straight boundary for 4. 36 for 5. 2 wickets down this morning for Gloucestershire. We're in the 9th over of the morning. Wright has got both the wickets. And a rare delivery down the leg side gets a single. Tom Price will keep the strike. Callum Parkinson does the fielding. And the question for Lewis Hill is, Wright bowled 12 overs yesterday in, I say, a stint that was broken twice by quite long breaks. I wonder how long he would do this morning. He's done 5 overs at the moment. Maybe another, I wouldn't think it'd be more than another 3. Would you, Dan?
Well, it depends. He's got a good engine, obviously, hasn't he? But meanwhile, we're going to see Tom Scriven.
But he might need him again later. That's the thing.
Yeah.
But he gets one more.
It's Scriven. There's Tom Price. Smashes that straight back. Hits the stumps. Peel, but I don't think Scriven even touched it. Still, Tom Price knows that he's hitting nice and straight. In fact, he's hit the stumps there. .21 these two have put on.
I think our cricket team of Nigels is only playing in a 6-a-side tournament, by the way.
Yeah. Oh, we got 7. We got 7 Nigels.
Okay.
Yeah, not enough Nigels for me though. Scriven. Lovely shot, Tom Price. That's gorgeous. 4 runs from the
Again,
moment it left the bat.
In the slot. He does like that shot. The last one was aerial, but that was a lovely firm stroke. And Leicestershire might say, well, we don't mind you driving at stuff.
Yeah. That's what Patel and Ackerman are there for at first and second slip.
But they'll also be aware that, you know, he clearly is a batter with ability, so if he sticks around, he might score quite quickly.
Scriven. Tom Price chips that one into the leg side. Buddinger wrong-footed there, Sol Buddinger. We spoke to him yesterday after last year when he played for Nottinghamshire. We were calling him Buddinger, Buddinga, all sorts. So I actually had a word with him yesterday. We had a little word, didn't we? He said, how do you say your name? And he said, I'm not really sure, mate.
Very humble, some of these guys.
Scriven, Yorker, Price. Tom Price digs it out.
So Scriven's got the short mid-wicket back in again for the little clip. Lewis Kimber is probably 2.5 pitches away, 3 pitches away perhaps.
Yeah, Callum Parkinson warming
mid-wicket.
up there at extra cover as well. Just going through his routine.
Yeah, he bowled at the pavilion end yesterday.
Scriven. Tom Price defends.
Didn't get up all that
No,
much.
it didn't. Yeah, it's got a little bit in it, this wicket.
I know that.
I think Gloucestershire might be quite pleased that they've got 140 runs in the bank.
Are you revising your 280?
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I think 280 might be above par. I think 250 might be par on this. Scriven, short and wide. And there's an example of it being too pace. That one just sticks in. Tom Price can't time it, get it away. There's a scene looking towards Kennington Avenue and beyond that to Horfield.
There's the match summary. Gloucestershire winning the toss yesterday, taking first use of this pitch, and Wright is going to continue, but I wonder whether Parkinson will bowl again from the pavilion end. And if you're looking at the overs and thinking, well, we've played 45 minutes today, still 94 overs left. Yeah, that's because we're adding time on from yesterday, so 8 overs added from the ones that we lost yesterday. And I think there was a signal from Lewis Hill there to Parkinson to say take the next over from the pavilion end. So we'll just see if he does. And Wright just ambling thoughtfully back to his mark. But
The other one Leicestershire left out last year was Vian Mulder. Got 55 not out here in the Royal London Cup last year.
Chris Wright to continue. Ollie Price on strike. And can't add to his 47 there, just pushing it out on the offside. Rian Ahmed does the fielding. So 2 slips in this sort of fine gully.
Mulder has
Long
played-
leg. Sorry, Dan.
Sorry, he played 12 one-day internationals and 10 tests for South Africa. So surprised to see him left out. Maybe he's had a busy workload recently.
Right, that's pitched up, quite Yorker length, and Ollie not quite as keen to do what his brother did and try and hit right straight down the ground there. Six-3 field for Wright, fairly orthodox. The only man on the leg side, apart from the long leg, just 2 in front of square at mid-wicket and mid-on. But Wright has not bowled much on leg stump at all today, or indeed yesterday for that matter. That's bang straight on middle. I wonder how long this ball will continue to move for. We're in the 47th over. It's obviously getting a bit softer, but because of the atmospheric conditions, it's still continuing to swing for Wright. And the Leicestershire fielders, as you can tell by the amount of red marks on trousers and shirts, are trying to work really hard to keep some shine on the ball. Here is Wright again. Oh, and that's gone after it had pitched.
Look where Hanscom's taken that.
Long way down the leg side, and also kept quite low that too. I bet that's not more than stump height when it goes past Wright here. Might be just about stump height, but that's all. And whilst the sun is in, which it is at the moment, really helpful bowling conditions. Right, again, that one's going away. That's the leg cutter, a bit too wide, and Ollie Price lets it go.
There's a haze.
9 fours for Ollie Price in this innings so far.
Yeah, there's a haze in the distance over there now. More of a haze.
Just about 2 hours he's been out there.
What Frank Hayes?
Purple haze. Here's, oh, again, that's gone from right, again, down the leg side, but only after it's gone past the stumps. So the veteran has been the wicket taker this morning. He's got both the wickets. There's looks like maybe a change of gloves or a drink for the 2 batsmen. And Gloucestershire 141 for 5. And when the 2 players have just had a brief drink, we're going to have the left arm spin of Parkinson for the first time today. Got the 1 wicket yesterday of Miles Hammond. He turned one from quite a long way outside off stump back to bowl the Gloucestershire left-hander. And
I think Tom Price might attack Parkinson here. I think maybe attack might be the best form of defence. If a wicket is ragging like this, then you don't want to be dictated to. Dale Benkenstein just walking around the pitch there with is that Josh Shaw in the yellow hat, bucket hat there.
It's his normal attire, isn't it? Bucket hat.
It's Miles Hammond. Josh Shaw might be playing in the second team today, actually. At Rockhampton. There they go. He's Parkinson bowling these cutters. Tom Price just squeezes that one out past Budinger. That short leg. Goes for a single.
I wonder if he will. He said he was. I mean, we thought he was going to bowl almost this sort of what Dan called Derek Underwood pace yesterday. I wonder if today he might actually just roll that back a bit.
Here he comes. That's nicely driven there by Ollie Price. Ahmed's after it. I think they're just going to get two, which they do. Good arm, Ahmed there. Pardon the pun.
So Ollie Price to 49.
He winged that in. That's a big boundary there, and he just winged it in flat from 90 yards. Price drives out to. There's two men now at extra cover. We've got
Hull and Hill.
yeah. That's short and wide, and that's going to be his 50 on his 22nd birthday. Well batted, Ollie Price. 91 balls, 9 fours. That's one way to celebrate, isn't it? And I'm sure the slice of his cake will taste even better tonight.
Is he allowed cake, do you think?
Yeah, he can have a slice of birthday cake. He can have a slice. Parkinson to Tom Price, who just runs that one backward of square. And Tom Scriven can't get down to that, and that's going to race away for 4 runs. Delicate there from Tom Price. He's, you know, we associate him with biffing it straight back down the ground, but he's also got some delicate shots in his locker, isn't he?
Yeah, he's an improvising, no, enterprising is a better word. He's an enterprising batsman.
Yeah. That's played off the back foot out to Rehan Ahmed, and that completes the overs. That's the 150 up as well. Ollie Price is on 50, Tom Price is on 16. These two have put on 32, and you get 2 for the price of 1.
So Wright's going to come off. They've going to switch Scriven to this Ashley Down Road end. So Price, the 2 Prices this morning have seen off the wicket taker, and he has taken 2 for 7 in 6 overs today.
Oh, really well, isn't he?
Yeah.
Chris Wright.
And I think that's a kind of acceptance that he's a good operator, but he is 37, so they've just got to be a little bit careful with how many overs he bowls to keep that threat there within his spells. He's bowled for 54 minutes this morning, 50 minutes this morning, so a breather for him, and Scriven to try his luck from this Ashley Down Road end. And certainly yesterday he looked tidy. He has bowled tidily in terms of the pure numbers, but just looks a steady operator. You know, he'll have to work for his wickets, but some bowlers, if they're accurate enough, long enough, they then draw the mistake, and he's probably one of those.
Yeah, I'm going to come on to some scores around the country in a second.
Scriven a little bit wider of the crease, and Tom Price into the onside right fields. There is a school of thought amongst some of the Gloucestershire supporters that one of the issues that someone like a Marchant de Lange might have been able to solve had he been fit is the ability, when you've got a side, say 7 down, to knock the tail over for next to nothing.
Yeah.
And you wonder if Gloucestershire's lower order might be able to profit. That's a wide one from Scriven and going wider. You know, Leicestershire might be in that position here. They've got themselves, you know, quite well placed. Have they got the attack behind right? And it may be the spinners that have to prove this. Have they got the attack behind right to really push through and bowl Gloucestershire out?
That's a valid point, definitely. Southport, Hampshire, 142 all out. Lancashire, 189 for 2. Phil Salt going well.
Scriven, in and again, solid defence, nothing wrong with that from Tom Price. Clearly conscious about, you know, the loss of 2 early wickets this morning. Yes, Zavakahar and Danny Lamb still to come behind him, but his responsibility here was particularly with, you know, chat in the widest sense, both among the keyboard fraternity and those who actually watch the team regularly, about the lack of first innings runs. And that's not just been this season, Dan, has it? It's been last season, and you go back further than that as well.
Yeah.
Scriven to Tom Price. It doesn't come very far forward there, and just again make sure that bat and pad are in line.
Our friends from down the M5, they're at Chelmsford today. They are on they've conceded 400 for 7 against Essex. At Nottingham, Warwickshire 421 for 6 at Trent Bridge. Canterbury Surrey's at Canterbury.
Scriven with still 2 slips, but again Tom Price defends. I thought that was at Tunbridge Wells we decided.
Well, it's at Canterbury. Kent 301, Surrey 21 for 2. Interesting.
Quiet start there. I think they'd had some rain this morning, so they've had a slightly delayed start.
Chester Street, Glamorgan 390 against the table-topping Durham in Division 2 here. Durham have responded. They're 48 for 2 at Chesterfield at the gorgeous Queen's Park, Derbyshire. Oh, up against it. 111 all out. Yorkshire 320 for 5. David Milan's got 100 there. There's Parkinson comes in to Ollie Price, who drives handsomely. Only going to get 1 out there though. They've changed the fielder actually out there. It's Scriven's gone out there. And finally at Hove, where Sussex all out for 348. Worcestershire are 27 without loss off just 7 overs. Tom Price plays that one nicely.
Just going back to
Just for one.
that Chester Street game, that's Kieran Carlson's got 100 in that. That's his 4th championship 100 of the season, and he has passed Rishi Patel of Leicestershire to be the top run scorer currently in Div 2.
Ooh. Wide, that's gonna go away. That's a big chase round the boundary there, as Tom Price has to come back quickly. Gets back for a second. He's quite quick. Both these lads are quite sharp.
Good work from Scriven out there.
It was good work. Yeah, it was good work. Parkinson. That's wide, tempting Ollie.
Slip and a short leg with Ackerman at slip. I think it's Budinger at short leg.
Ollie Price defends that one. Sports fans in Leicester will have been disappointed to see their football team relegated from the Premier League this year. Parkinson, Ollie Price tickles that one around the corner. He's going to get at least two. Rishi Patel in pursuit. And that moves the score on to 154. Ollie Price on 53. Tom on 17. And after a couple of wickets earlier in the morning, Gloucestershire are rebuilding here, thanks to the Price brothers.
Yeah, they just look to have got themselves settled in. Ollie obviously was not out overnight.
I'm not sure they batted together this season or last season. He might have done against Lancashire.
That would be last year, obviously.
Last season, where
here's Scriven. And straight bat from Tom Price. I mean, that Lancashire game,
they got Norton 1.
yeah, they
so
got
I'm not
Norton
sure.
1, so they
Probably didn't.
Wouldn't have been together very long if that was the case.
I don't think they have.
I would say partly because of availability for exams and studies at Durham and such like.
Also, where they bat in the order as well, I think might have something to do with it.
Scriven. Oh, that's clipped off his pads. It was a comfortable single down to Parkinson. That's all they'll be. He's in front of the Thatchers.
You've got to think last year that Ollie was at 3 with Tom at 9, although in that game they were at 6 and 7. But now Tom's up at 7 and Ollie's at 3. The chances of them batting together are slightly higher, aren't they?
Yep. Yeah. And I don't think Ollie played in the game at Worcester where Tom got his 100 earlier in the season. I think he would have still have been away at Durham at that stage. Scriven running away from us, and it's just drifting further away from Ollie Price. Yeah, thanks for your contributions on the emails this morning about the Nigels. I think that one's probably gone for the waste paper basket. But the point that Mark Kidger raised about the best Gloucestershire attack in the last season and a half, that was an interesting point to raise. Here's Scriven again. That was just straightening a little, but it was a bit too leg side to be effective. If you have a thought on, I mean, Dan says you always pick 5 bowlers. I'm probably with him on that. Whether you would pick 4 or 5, if you had your best Gloucestershire attack from the last season and a half, assuming everybody was fit, do drop us a line on the email. I'll remind you of what Mark said.
Peter Hanscom is now standing up.
In a moment. Yeah, I wondered whether we might get to that at some point. Scriven. And sees Tom Price chop that away to Rian Ahmed. So just to reiterate what Mark Kidger said about availability, last season Ryan Higgins played in 11 of the 14 championship games. Tom Price played 8. David Plain and Matt Taylor both played only 6. So as often as not, he said, we have played Zaffa on green pitches because we've not able to field what you might perceive to be our best seam attack at any point. Scriven with Hanscom standing up, but steered away nicely, and good stop from Budinger. Pleasant shot from Ollie Price, but couldn't pick the gap. We've had an hour and 5 minutes of pretty watchable cricket this morning, it must be said. 157 for 5. There's been a bit going on out there. These two rebuilding after a couple of early successes for Chris Wright, including Graham van Buren to the first ball of the day, and then James Bracey trapped LBW.
Tom from the brilliant Rainstop Play Inspection at 3 blog. Nice bloke, isn't he, Tom? Lovely guy. He said, morning chaps, what a wonderful day yesterday was, despite the lack of cricket. It was ex-players day here. Parkinson comes in, and has that gone through everyone? I'm not sure Tom Price has got a touch on that even. Let's have a look here. I think it's just turned. Was it a drop? I think it's come off Hanscom's pad. Parkinson in. Tom Price pushes that one into the covers. Going to get one. So Tom has said yesterday prompted him to drag out his 1974 Gloucestershire yearbook, which brilliantly captures the Cup campaign in words and pictures. He's been passing around friends this morning, and nostalgia levels have reached maximum. Let's hope the Price brothers can make some new memories today with a big partnership. Well, yesterday it was 50 years since Gloucestershire's first trophy. As Ollie Price defends. And we had it here. We had the Gillette Cup. It's doing a little tour. It's going to be here until the end of the season. Then I believe it's going to Sussex, because it's been 60 years since they won the inaugural Gillette Cup back in 1963. Ollie Price leaves that one alone. And it was a lovely day yesterday. We had Mike Proctor here, we had Zahir Abbas, we had Jim Folk, David Graveney was here. Oh, Ollie Price just pulls out that one. I think he's got a fly in his eye. David Lawrence was here. Ollie Price pushes that into the covers. Mark Lane was here. Great to see him. Organised by the brilliant, mercurial Andy Brassington. Short and wide. That's cut. That could well go away for 4 runs. It's a big chase. That has beaten the fielder. Scriven out there, and that's a lovely shot. Lovely placement there from Ollie. 162 for 5.
Parkinson a touch frustrated when he took his hat from the umpire
Short
there.
and wide there, yeah. He doesn't want to be around that area, especially on a pitch which is doing a little bit. You want to be making the batsman work all the time, and that's just released the pressure valve a little bit.
Well, if James has got a picture of the Gillette Cup with Roger Gibbons from yesterday. In fact, there is the front cover of Outside Edge. That's the magazine that is put together twice a year by the Gloucestershire Exiles supporters group, who raise money for the club. They have an annual day at Cheltenham, 26th of July this year. First day against Worcestershire is the Exiles Day.
See Tony Gregg there in the background applauding for Sussex.
Yeah, there's Tony Brown, and I'll just tell you about the Exiles in a moment. They raised over £6,000 for the club last year. Important money. And here is Scriven, again with Hanscom standing up. So yeah, that picture is the front cover of the spring edition of Outside Edge. If you want to be an Exiles member, you don't have to live outside the county, although that's basically who it's for. There is a nominal membership fee. It might even be as little as £10, I think. And if you go to the Exiles, if you search for Gloucestershire Exiles in whatever search engine you use, you'll get the details on how you can become a member. Here is Scriven once more. They have an annual player of the year, who last year was Zafar. There's a nice article about him in the spring edition of this year's magazine, and on the back cover there's a photograph of Jim Fote, circa 1973, and yesterday Fotey, as Andy Brassington called him, was here at the former Players' Day. So there's his photograph from 1973, and in a minute, or perhaps at the end of the over, we'll have a look at the photograph of
I think he looks better now.
Jim with the former players who were here yesterday. Again, that's just a bit wide from Scriven to be really effective. Taken by Hanscom.
He was quite a good laugh, Jim Fote, wasn't he?
Yeah, I think my brain says that when he stopped playing cricket, he went to work as a printer.
Well, Andy Brassington told us
Dorset.
that he didn't get on particularly with work, I think was the words that he used after he finished playing.
Scriven bustling in on that. Oh, climbed a bit. Hanscom did well to take that. That was one with a little bit of bite about it. Let's see where Hanscom takes this. This is a second look at that last delivery. Oh, yes, taking it quite well on the climb there. Scriven has a word from Chris Wright.
Oh, we've got a new Nigel.
Good research. Here's Scriven. That's again just a little bit too straight. There was a little bit of movement in the air there, but well covered by Tom Price. Who's the new Nigel?
Malk Star has come up with Nigel Hazel. From Bermuda, he was club professional for Strathmore in the 1950s and 60s. Age 50, guided them to a Scottish Cup win in 1971. His son, Nigel Jr. We could put them both in. He also played for the club. He's asked, is Richard Ray not with us for this match?
I'll explain why that is in a minute. Here's Scriven once more. He's tidy, but playable. And from a defensive point here by Tom Price.
There we go.
End of the over.
There is
the shot from yesterday. David, so left to right, Roy Sweatman, Andy Stovall, Mike Proctor, Jack Davey, Jim Fote, Zahir Abbas and David Graveney. And just to answer Mark's question, Richard Ray is here and he is doing the BBC commentary for this match with Kit Harris and Ed Seaborn from BBC Radio Gloucestershire and BBC Radio Bristol. But Gloucestershire as a club provide their own stream commentary, and therefore that's why you won't hear Richard or Ed or Kit on the coverage on the stream for this game. And there's a wider picture yesterday of all the former players and partners who were here. And well done to Andy Brassington for putting that together. It's Parkinson.
Parkinson. They call him Cecil Parkinson there. Don't know why.
And there is the Gillette Cup with the king of the museum here at Bristol, Roger Gibbons. Not a very big trophy actually, is it?
Distinctive. Lovely shot there from Ollie. Moves them into the 60s. Just for a single.
Should we let the conversation go public that you and I had in the car park down this morning?
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay.
Not yet. Not yet. Tom Price.
Well, to say it was a conversation would be stretching it a bit. Dan expressed an opinion on something.
I did.
A view. A firm view.
A view. We'll tell you.
We may tell you later what it was.
We'll tell you just before the lunch break. Tom Price leaves that one alone.
1 or 2 has just... I mean, Bracey got one from this Ashley Down Road end that kept a little bit low. Hit him on the knee roll, and that's why he was no longer batting. Up went the finger. But Parkinson is getting 1 or 2 that are just keeping a little bit low.
Single to Tom.
They're not shooting, but
No.
they're just keeping a little bit low.
Grubbing a little bit. 28th July here. We have the classical sounds of the Ministry of Sound. Ian Randall will be in his disco pants.
not a pretty sight, I tell you.
And it should be a wonderful night. Tickets are available on the Gloss Cricket website, and you can get them there, and it really will be a fantastic evening. Here we go. Here's the event coming up on your screen here. There you go. Look, Judge Jules, Seb Fontaine, Fergie. Always a fan of his management at Man United.
Chris Wright's gone off the field at the far end, so I think that might be, is that Matt Salisbury who's come on as 12th man?
But yeah, you
Yes,
can get your
it is.
tickets there. You can get your tickets there and come and support the club.
So Wright temporarily off the field, and here is Scriven to continue, and that's edged and caught. And Tom Price goes, Scriven has his wicket, Ackerman has the catch. A couple of low ones have gone towards him today, but he wasn't going to miss out on that one. And Gloucestershire lose their 6th wicket.
Climbed.
Yeah, very comfortable. And if for nothing more than just plugging away, Scriven has earned that 2nd wicket, and Gloucestershire 164 for 6, and those two had added 46 I should say, 46.
46. Zafar Kahar's going to come in now as well. But I thought they batted very well. This wicket's doing a little bit, and they were watchful but aggressive when they needed to be. And I thought they batted extremely well together. And Gloucestershire won't mind seeing this ball misbehave a little bit. The erratic bounce, and they've got 164 runs in the bank at the moment, and they'll be quite pleased with that. The game is moving on here in Bristol.
Yeah, the tactics we discussed at 5 to 11, whether Gloucestershire would be able to get perhaps the big score they'd really like, or whether we would see effectively the ball dominate the bat, and it's becoming a case, it looks like it's becoming a case of the latter. So Zafar Gahar in at number 8, so Danny Lamb will be a handy number 9 here, bearing in mind his first class record. He does have a first class 100. His average is 27, which is, you know, decent for someone who's a handy bowler as well. But Zafar, be it white or red ball, always plays kind of the same way. He's an aggressive bat, isn't he?
I love watching him bat.
He is a really positive bat. He's
He's not a slogger though. He
No.
likes to stay leg side of the ball and crunch it through the offside.
So Leicestershire have got 3 men saving 1 on the leg side for him. It's a 6-3 field. It's a split actually, because Parkinson's down at fine leg. So Zafar faces Scriven for the first time. He's got.
See, look at that. That's pitched in exactly the same place where Tom Price's one pitched, and that Zafar's played that one at shin height, and Tom Price's has got to, I'd say, chest height.
So 20 in 45 minutes for Tom Price. So
I think the moisture in the air has possibly got into the pitch.
good support for his brother, who will now be the senior partner. Scriven in, and there is Zafar trying to play that expansive off drive. He cuts it, I say cuts it, forces it square to Rian Ahmed at point. 2 slips staying in.
I think this is the best I've seen Ollie Price bat. I think, considering the wicket and the movement and the variations in bounce.
Scriven again, that's tossed up. Well, I say tossed up, it's full length and it's clipped by Zafar. That'll be 4. Away to the square leg boundary. That's the one thing Scriven hasn't really done, is over pitched in a bad area. If you're going to be driven, kind of fair enough. But that was on leg stump. It was a good spot from Zaffer. It was a pretty risk-free shot, low risk shot, and picked up a comfortable boundary for it. I think much Josh Hull could do. What will the bowler's response be? It's a better line straight away. Fielded by Salisbury. On the field for Chris Wright. We've got the first 2 wickets of the day. So all the first 3 wickets this morning have come from the Ashley Down Road. I'm sorry, Dan, I've had the more effective spell this morning. Hasn't always been the case, let me tell you.
No, it's the way it rolls. It's the way the cookie crumbles.
168 for 6. Gloucestershire might do well to get a batting point out of this. Zaffer, just a careful steer out on the offside for a single. Ahmed does the fielding. Scriven, at the end of that over, he's taken 2 for 29. 2 for 25, I should say. That but my board has not quite caught up. So 2 for 25 he's taken from 14 overs. Parkinson 1 for 51 from 11. Hull 0 for 55 from 10. Both those bowlers bowling at the pavilion end. So interesting that end has been far more expensive, and it's the Ashley Down Road end where the wickets have gone. I wonder if that tells us anything. Parkinson going to continue, and he's got a left-hander to go out now, so he'll come over the wicket.
Here he comes. Past the umpire. Zaffer plays that one to Kimber. Short mid-wicket. Zaffer wants the one there. He's just turned it past Budinger at short leg. Ollie Price resting on his bat. Cries no. Yep, this 60 from Ollie Price is worth a lot more. Strangled appeal there. You do wonder whether that was pad first, perhaps. Parkinson. Zaffer will get one there. That's just gone to deep backward square where Scriven does the fielding. Leicestershire, very distinctive in these colours, green and red. Got a big marketing campaign, haven't they, about the running foxes. Price defends there.
And regular Leicester supporters will know that Richard Ray, their voice of BBC Radio Leicester, is a keen runner himself.
Yeah. Short and wide and cut, but Price can only find Scriven. He'll retain the strike. 171 for 6. Ollie Price moves on to 61. Zaffer on 6. There we go. There's the scoreboard. It's not quite updated yet because that's the end of the over. But there tells a tale. A couple of the batsmen getting in. 4 of the batsmen getting in and getting out. But really, ball has dominated bat so far in this game here at the Seat Unique in Bristol.
Chris Wright's back on the field. Matt Salisbury just walked over the rope at the far end. Ollie Price's highest first class score is 68, so he's getting into the realms of possible career best here. Just checking his guard. Scriven's going to continue, having had the success in the last over. Lewis Hill, Leicestershire captain, just saying to Josh Hull to go out onto the boundary at deep mid-wicket. Scriven in, and Ollie Price lets that go. I wonder if that's to give Ollie Price the single. Perhaps he thinks that if the ball is swinging, he's got a chance of getting Zafar LBW by getting really close to the stumps. So 2 catches in at short mid-wicket and short cover, Patel and Kimber respectively. It's dabbed away by Ollie Price. He'll get 1. Rian Ahmed is onto it though from backward point, and that's all there will be.
James Healy's got a very comfy chair, it's got to be said. He's just sat down.
And now, with the left-handed Zafar on strike, Josh Hull is going from deep mid-wicket to the right-hander to square leg, just in front of square actually for the left hand. He's right in the position where yesterday Ben Charlesworth found him and was dismissed. In fact, he's got the chase here, Hull. It's half a stop, and Zafar's going to come back for 2 off a misfield. In fact, he might get 3, and it's well run. Yeah, that 6'7" frame kind of went down in instalments there, and what might have been 1 run turned into 3. It's not quite Will Jefferson, but he's not far off. Just over. I imagine that lunchtime will be at 1:10 with the extra overs, so we're about 45 minutes away from that. Scriven, defended by Ollie Price. 2 wickets to fall in Chris Wright's early spell today. Graham van Buren to the first ball of the day, caught behind by Hanscom for 16, and then James Bracey LBW for a single. Those 2 wickets only 10 runs apart, and then the good stand between the Price brothers. 46 before Tom was caught at slip. Scriven, again, that's 2 wide and cut by Ollie Price. That will take him to 66.
Yeah, what he's doing here is he's playing very late. And you see he played that one so late, that went away down through the gully. But he's being very watchful. When the ball's nipping around a bit, you do have to play it late. You can't go hard at the delivery. You have to let it come to you and give yourself time to adjust if necessary.
Leicestershire down to the 1 slip. Scriven sees Price steer that through the big gap at 3rd man. That will go all the way to the rope for 4, and that will mean Ollie Price gets to 70 for the first time in a first-class innings. He passes his previous career best, and he is now going to be the glue of this innings. Dan Whiting, is he not?
He is, yeah, but again, he's played that with soft hands. He's let the ball come to him and just played it late, not pushed hard at it, just played it with soft hands and let it just skew off the face. batted very well, I thought, in the game against Sussex here to save it with his captain, Graham Van Buren. On the last day, here's Parkinson. Zafar tickles that one fine. They might come back for 2. They're thinking about it, but no. Scriven's quick across the ground. Ollie Price didn't play against Durham. He was doing his dual French and Spanish degree.
Yeah, that's that best.
At Durham.
That previous career best was in the game at Yorkshire at the end of last season.
That's played pleasantly out to Scriven.
So, in fact, his last innings of the summer that was, because Gloucestershire obviously won that game and it was in the second innings that he got that 68.
Did you get 2 50s in that game?
No, he got 4 in the first innings.
Oh, did he? Did you get 2 50s against... I know, Charlesworth got 2 50s.
He did get 2 50s in one game.
Zafar, just late cut. Just no timing on it, but he's going to get 1.
He got
Patel does the fielding.
He got against Somerset at Taunton. He got 52 and 53 respectively.
Charlesworth got 50 there as well, didn't he? That's driven nicely by Price. 1 more to his total.
In fact,
You
Ben,
can
he
tell the
got
listeners.
2 as well, 56 and 64.
You can tell the listeners what I said to you in the car park this morning. They're dying to hear it. No, we're not going there. We're not going there.
Not yet.
Parkinson over the wicket to Zafar Gahar, who plays a forward defensive, and the ball just plops down at his feet. Zafar pushes that into the offside. Hill doing the fielding.
Yes. He also got a bit of strapping around his right, sort of, I think it's a wrist area, I would say.
It's festival season, Ian. It's a wristband.
Is it?
Yeah, it gives him entry to the VIP area.
Yeah. And this is festivals of all sorts. You're talking about Ascot, Henley, all that sort of
You a Henley Regatta man? Are you off to Henley Regatta?
no,
That must be around now, isn't it?
it can't be long.
It's the summer season, isn't it? And always starts off with the Chelsea Flower Show. Royal Ascot must be coming up any week now. I think it might be this week coming up.
So Ackerman into the attack for Leicestershire with his off breaks. So Scriven had 2 spells today, one from each end of the ground, and he has taken 1 for 27 today in 7 overs. Now I'm surprised that he's as expensive as that, because I think he's bowled better than that. Anyway, here's Ackerman with his off spin.
Ackerman from Port Elizabeth. I had the privilege of sitting down and talking to a man from that city last week, Dave Richardson, the ex-South African wicketkeeper and chair of the ICC.
From the Ashley Down Road end.
Discussed St George's Park there, one of my favourite test grounds, with the band getting going in the seats, and got a really nice atmosphere there.
Slipping a short leg, as you can see. That's too flat. And worked away by Zafar Gahar for a single. Fielded by Parkinson. A firm chat between Zafar Gahar and Ollie Price. Again, is he taking off stump there? If he's taking it, he's moved across to closer to middle for the over the wicket attack of Ackerman. So he may have spin from both ends for a little while here. Ackerman's obviously more of a batsman. He's got nearly 10,000 first-class runs, but he does have a handy record with the ball. To add to that, that's tossed up. There's not much spin there for him though at the moment, on the evidence of that over anyway. And Gloucestershire started the day on 108 for 3. Have added 81 for the loss of Van Buren for 16, Bracey for 1, and Tom Price for 20. And Ollie Price today has scored 56 of those runs.
Leicestershire have had some good spinners for playing for them over the years. Tony Locke went there, didn't he, and revived their fortunes. They were struggling as a county, I believe, and Locke went there for a little while. Ray Illingworth went there from Yorkshire. One of Zaffa plays out to mid-wicket. One of the numerous rows that went on during that period in Yorkshire cricket, and Illingworth took umbrage and hit it down the M1 into Leicester. Jack Birkinshaw, also from Yorkshire, off spinner. Good competitor. Wily bowler. Could also give it a biff with the bat as well, Jack Birkinshaw. Nick Cook, decent spinner. Did Combley play for? No, he's at Northampton then, Combley. Zaffa defends.
John Steele was a very effective
Steele,
ball spinner.
Yeah, but played red ball back in the day.
Yeah.
But yeah, he was flat, wasn't he? He was.
David's brother.
Yeah. That's just run down off the face. That could well go away for 4 runs to Zafar Gahar. Takes the score into the 190s. Zafar on to 17. However, I'll tell you who was not a good spinner for Leicestershire, and that was David Gower, who came on and bowled some declaration bowling once at an end of season game, and Steve O'Shaughnessy helped himself to the equal fastest 100 at the time. I think it was Gower and James Whittaker from memory. Zaffa wants a single. Oh, Hanscom slides there. No harm done. So Gower and James Whittaker bowled and both went for about 100, I think, off 6 overs. And Steve O'Shaughnessy for Lancashire equalled the fastest 100, which I think was set by Percy Fender back in the day from memory. Oh, that's nearly sneaked through Zafar Gahar's defence. Buttinger can't believe it. Hands on head. Or hands on helmet. Let's have a look at this again.
That was almost pitching where the one that bowled Miles Hammond pitched yesterday, but Zafar was equal to it. And the sun just starting to reappear here at the Seat Unique Stadium.
Yeah, it was last game of the season, 1983. September the 13th, 1983, Steve O'Shaughnessy equalled Percy Fender's record in 35 minutes.
Ackerman in his second over from this Ashley Down Road end. And having the 2 spinners on certainly helping the over rate. These 2 don't take long to get through them. Ackerman off about 4 paces. In and clipped into the leg side by Ollie Price, straight to Rian Ahmed, and we've not seen today yet.
Paddy Clift got 5 in that game. Zimbabwean.
Ackerman with flattish action. Just turn to Josh Hull by Ollie Price. He's got to keep his concentration here. He's done a really good job for his team. And get the impression that Ackerman, he's an orthodox finger spinner. I don't know how much variety he has in terms of flight and pace, but at the moment it just looks very, very consistent. Not too much that's loose, but not too much that would be unexpected or unreadable. Again, Price goes back and defends, and he's whistled through that over Ackerman. Took the one catch that really came his way with any comfort this morning. A couple of low chances that perhaps didn't quite carry. One was wide out to his right, one was right down by his bootstraps off a really thin edge, but he pouched the one that was straight enough, and not the one that the wide one to the right, not sure he even carried, but he's back at slip now.
Here's Parkinson. Zaffa drives that one just to the right of Hill for one. So that game back in 1983, David Gower went for 102 off 9 overs, while James Whittaker went for 87 off 8. Lancashire raced to 190 for none in the 35 minutes before tea. Parkinson around the wicket. Price drives, can only find Hill at short extra. Graham Fowler hit 10 sixes and 5 fours in making 100. Price defends. Steve O'Shaughnessy struck 5 sixes and 17 fours. And said, Wisden Cricket Monthly noted, with a semi-embarrassed wave of his bat, he acknowledged the applause of the crowd of some 400 spectators. Price just pushes that one to point. And he won the Walter Lawrence Trophy, which was for the fastest 100 back in those days. Price just nurdles that one into the onside, moves on to 73. And Wisden Cricket Monthly actually put the two together, so Steve O'Shaughnessy travelled south to meet Percy Fender. As that's just come off the hip. So what happened here was that they put them together, and as he was about to leave, Fender, who was by then blind, asked to fill the bat that Steve O'Shaughnessy had used. He said, "Thank you," he said as he stroked it. "It was very good of you to come all this way to give it to me." Apparently Steve O'Shaughnessy was horrified. Percy Fender just making the remark in jest. Now an umpire, isn't he? Steve, is he still an umpire, Steve O'Shaughnessy?
Certainly became one.
Yeah.
I just recap on a bit of news involving Gloucestershire cricket from earlier on today during this over. It's about the announcement of the squad for the Women's Ashes Test. Ackerman to continue from this Ashley Down Road end. So the first 5-day test on home soil will be at Trent Bridge. The Ashes squad was announced this morning, captained of course by Heather Knight from the Western Storm. Give you that squad in full in a moment. Ackerman in, worked on the bounce by Price, but he can't get it past Hull, who's at backward square. It was partially stopped by Sol Budinger. I'm sure lunch will be at 1:10 today because of the extended day that we've got. And single to Ollie Price. So that Women's Ashes squad: Heather Knight, Captain Tammy Beaumont, Lauren Bell, Alice Capsey, Kate Cross, Alice Davison-Richards, Sophia Dunkley, Sophie Eccleston, who one wag suggested should be taking Jack Leach's place in the Ashes. I thought that was a very clever reply. Ackerman around the wicket. Zafar drives pleasantly straight to Rian Ahmed. And then Lauren Filer and Danielle Gibson, both from the Western Storm, also in the squad. So congratulations to those two girls. Danny obviously on the stream commentary for the Gloucestershire game in the T20 last week. Zafar forward to Ackerman, bat and pad close together. Lauren Filer, Danielle Gibson, Amy Jones, Emma Lamb, sister of Danny, currently of course here as well, playing in this game. Nat Siverbrunt, Izzy Wong and Danny Wyatt. Just spinning a little bit from Ackerman there, from round the wicket, just straightening a bit. That defended by Zafar Kahar, so he's proved a good foil so far for Ollie Price. He's got 18, these two brought together at 164 for 6. So they've added 32 together. And I wonder what Leicestershire are going to do with their attack. And the answer is that we're going to see Rian Ahmed for the first time.
Yeah, we're going to see
Today.
Ahmed from the pavilion end for the first time as well. He bowled from the Ashley Down Road end yesterday. Lovely photo yesterday, I thought, of Zafar Kahar and Zahir Abbas together. It was, you know, Gloucestershire players past and present, and there's a rich heritage of Pakistani cricketers here, isn't there? Sadiq Mohammed was another one, played here in the 70s. And it was lovely to see Ahmed flat, and Price just watches that one. And it was great to see those two together. So much respect between the two. Price defends that one from Ahmed. I had the privilege of interviewing Zahir yesterday, and if you missed that interview, we're going to show it again at lunchtime as well. Price just defends that one.
That looks a better length for Ahmed to bowl, that last delivery.
Short, and Price goes pulling. A little bit dangerous when the bounce is inconsistent. Again, Price just nudges that one into the onside. Cloud cover still here at Bristol. Watery sunshine. And that's an edge. That's going to run away down there for, could be 4 runs. No, that's brilliantly stopped there by Kimber. Saved Rehan Ahmed 2 runs there. Really good bit of fielding. Price moves on to 76. 198 for 6. And we've got 20 minutes to lunch.
It is surprising, of course, if you're a Gloucestershire cricket supporter living in the locality. Don't forget, it is free after tea for these red ball games, but on admission. But there's only one more red ball game in Bristol this summer, which is extraordinary to say, on the 12th of June. But it always tends to be the way that the red ball cricket here is always front loaded, as I say, in the calendar. We have Cheltenham, obviously, which is a factor, and with the 7 games, the way it's fallen this season is there's only 1 home game in that last block rather than 2. Ackerman around the wicket, and Zafar solidly forward. This ball now 65 overs old, in the 65th over, so that may be helping Gloucestershire a bit now. So Leicestershire will be trying to keep the lid on the runs if they can until that second new ball comes round. If they can't bowl Gloucestershire out in this time. That's spun from Ackerman, but again just straightened a bit outside the off stump. We did say we'd let you know what Dan's opinion was in the car park at 9:20 this morning at lunchtime. It may not have been a bad opinion.
I'm now nervous. I am now nervous because I don't want to be the Jonah.
No, I think bearing away the way the morning's gone, I think you can probably say you're in the clear. Pushed away again by Zafar. I think he enjoys his batting, don't you, Zafar?
Zafar? Yeah, I think he just enjoys his cricket, full stop. I'm just really pleased to see him back on the cricket field after that sickening collision on Friday night where he...
Driven by Zafar up to mid-off, and Ackerman...
He crashed into Ben Wells, didn't he?
He did. He
it
did.
Was horrible. Lay prone on the outfield for a good 4 or 5 minutes. Both physios were on the pitch. Jamie Thorpe from Somerset and Kirk Russell from Gloucestershire. And I was really worried for him for a good sort of 5 minutes. A sudden hush came across the crowd, didn't it?
You just wondered if there was any element of concussion there, whether he'd be involved at any other point in that game. But I think we were all relieved to see him come out to bat, because that was an indication that then he would be available for this match as well. Had he not batted, the concern might have been he might have needed a week off.
Ahmed to Price, who plays that out to Callum Parkinson, who's gone into mid-wicket.
So this will be the 30th over of the morning.
Oh, Price doesn't time that one at all. It skews out to mid-on.
So perish the thought, we could have Leicestershire bowling actually 32 overs in 2 hours. Actually bowling overs at the right rate.
That's pleasantly driven out to mid-off. So Price has added 51 to his score this morning. Ahmed flicking the ball from hand to hand. Bowling to the left-handed Zafar Gahar. Oh, that's kept low. Zafar's done well to keep that one out. Ahmed does skid it on a little bit.
Yeah, even though I say he is bowling quite flat, there's still a little bit of drift for him.
Zafar plays that out into the offside, no run.
So Leicestershire trying to keep the singles down if they can. They've got 6 men saving 1 here.
Oh, that's the googly. That's gone the other way. Let's have another look at this. So the googly bowled out to the back of the hand. Comes from sort of behind the hand. And goes the other way. That's well bowled.
So 199 for 6 run, but batting points not until 250 this season. So whereas in the past, Gloucestershire would have been expecting a round of applause from the crowd for getting to 200. They'll get that anyway, but they won't get any more reward other than the kudos at this stage. Leicestershire would really like another wicket before the interval. These two, and before that, Tom and Ollie Price just rebalancing the innings a bit. 118 for 5 could have been all out for 100-200 if Gloucestershire's lower order hadn't applied themselves. A bit of a discussion over the ball between the two umpires. Just looking at Ahmed and Ackerman's bowling this year, I mean, obviously we're in the first half of the season. Ackerman has only bowled before this, only bowled 49 overs in the 6 matches before this game. He's played in all of them, so that's not a lot of bowling really. And Ahmed's only bowled 75 overs, so you know, relatively light workloads. And between them, they have taken 7 wickets. So Ollie Price looking to advance what is now a career best 77 not out. And Ackerman to bowl to him. But it looks as though he's... If I find some wood here down somewhere. He looks as though he's seeing it pretty well.
Yeah.
Ackerman to him. And to come back to your point about playing it late. There is enough, he seems to have enough time to adjust. Ackerman again. It's very much on a sixpence from him.
Yeah, tidy.
Not giving anything away. Nothing loose, nothing that the batsman can really leave with any comfort. That's a bit flatter. And Price will get a single. 200 up for Gloucestershire. They've got to work quite hard to get there. But Ollie Price has been the factor for most of it. Wonder if Zafar will think that 13 minutes to go to lunch, the most important thing here is to survive and come out again after the break. They're being very respectful of Ackerman, actually, aren't they? They're not taking, not taking any liberties with him.
Well, he's you know, he's a decent bowler.
Looks as though that's the end of his over. Looks as though he maybe hasn't got the largest hand, so that he rather than an all-off spinner would maybe almost grip the ball between 2 fingers. It looks like he's actually having to use maybe 3 to actually get the right grip that he wants.
Yeah, possibly. Possibly.
Umpires aren't being too picky over the chats between the batsmen, because Leicestershire have done, I say, pretty well this morning in terms of their overs. Obviously helped by having the spinners on for a good part of the play.
Here's Ahmed from the pavilion end. Ollie Price nurdles it into the onside and to the right hand of Callum Parkinson, and they scamper through for a single. That's good cricket.
I just thinking it was just something as they pinched that single, and something that not only you said, but it's kind of one of those cricketing phrases that people do use regularly at all levels.
Ahmed. Go on, which is?
The last thing we need now is a run out. Okay. Well, that's a wicket the same as any other wicket. So why is that one particularly bad?
Swept by Zafar. That's well fielded by Kimber. He's a good fielder. Round the corner.
But you know, that phrase is used a lot, isn't it?
It is used. I think it's because a run out's such a waste of a wicket. You know, it's generally a mistake, isn't it, by the batter. Zafar defends. 201 for 6. Pushed out to Parkinson at cover.
They're kind of it feels as if Leicestershire are waiting for a mistake here.
Yeah.
It doesn't feel as if
That's well bowled.
What I say, waiting for a mistake. Waiting for, yes, either a batsman error or you might say something from the pitch, rather than feeling that these two spinners are necessarily going to rip one and actually take the wicket themselves.
Get through the defences, yeah.
To get through. But
yeah. Anyway, that's 68 overs gone, 201 for 6. Ollie Price is on 79, Zafar Kahar's on 18. We've got 10 minutes to lunch.
the Ackerman experiment has stopped, and we're going to see Josh Hull bowl from this Ashley Down Road end for the first time. He's bowled all of his previous 10 overs from the pavilion end, and it might mean we still might get 3 overs in. If Ahmed bowls at the other end, they still might get 3 overs in before lunch here.
Yeah, their over rate's fine, it's quite good.
So Hull might have just a couple.
We don't know what it is yet, do
with
we?
with the view that perhaps these two wouldn't actually attack him too much at this point, and he has conceded quite a lot of boundaries in.
Setting the field here, might be into Ollie Price's ribs. Ahmed's gone to leg gully. There's a short leg.
Hull left arm over the wicket, and that is on the hip of Ollie Price, who'll pick up a single.
Moves into the 80s, but he's got the leg gully, he's got a short leg, and he's got a man in front of square, out in the deep, and he's got a long leg as well. So
yeah, Josh Hull's conceded 10 boundaries in his 10 overs. Well, I think that kind of tells you that there has. I mean, Chris Dent had hit 4 in 1 over, but
yeah, Dent flayed him.
yeah, there has been the risk from the young man, 18 years old, of there being a boundary ball. Runs away from our commentary position, and that is short and chopped away by Zafar down to third man in front of the small scoreboard. 203 for 6. So the one element that Dan did talk about this morning, which I will let you into, was that he talked about 100 runs a session if Gloucestershire were going to bat for both sessions, if they could bat for both sessions before any predicted rain might arrive. And Hull fields off his own bowling. Well, they're nearly there because they've added 95 at the moment, so that's that was a fair call. 95 for 3 net, which I still think says that the game is fairly evenly balanced.
I do as well. I do. I think 250 is probably par. 280 Gloucestershire will be pleased with.
Hull again to Ollie Price. Going down the leg side.
It's how they bowl with the new ball, Gloucestershire, or how Leicestershire bowl with the second new ball, which is due in 12 overs, 11.4 overs. 11.3 overs.
Just to repeat what Dan said a little earlier, that the Zahir Abbas interview he did yesterday, we will run at lunch at 10 minutes past 1. So when the players leave the field, and we leave you temporarily, the Zahir Abbas interview will be run at that stage. A very short bouncer down the leg side, and umpire Lloyd says that's the one for the over. No danger to Ollie Price. It could have been given as a wide, I suppose, if GD Lloyd had been particularly miserly about it.
Yeah, yeah.
Hull, not a very long stride for such a tall man. That is short and pulled away. There is a Tom Scriven out at deep square, and they'll take 1, and that's all there will be. So Hull's got through that over in 4 minutes. He'll have 1 more of those before the break for lunch today. So 10 past 1 lunch, but usual. I think I will check the arrangements for tea during the interval. Normally, of course,
4.
it would normally be 32 overs from the close, but they
Yeah.
may have fixed the time today.
I think it might be 10 past 4 or 4 o'clock.
It's
4
two,
o'clock.
2 hours 10 would be 4 o'clock, so that would
Yeah.
be about right. So, Rian Ahmed to try and see if he can just nip out a wicket for Leicestershire before the break. Ollie Price on strike and works that into the
Onside.
leg side for a single.
Yeah, Ahmed coming in from the pavilion end. Price defends.
The
Want to get through to lunch unscathed here.
our friend from America, Mike Cook, has been on the email.
Hello, Mike.
Price forward
Price
once more.
defends.
Yeah, Ahmed whistles through his overs, doesn't he? It's
Yeah.
not if you're a quick bowler at the other end,
Yeah.
you're not going to get much of a breather if the batsmen are defending, which they largely are.
Here's Ahmed
At the
past
moment.
the umpire. As Price just nudges that one into the onside. The sun is glaring off a roof there in the distance. I'm having my St. Paul on the road to Damascus moment here, where I can hardly see. The sun needs to move. It'll be gone in like 5 minutes, but just at this very moment, it's unbelievable. Zaffer just works that one around the corner. Kimber again does well. Picks up one. 206 for 6. Price out to face here on 82.
Mike says, I have a question I asked a couple of weeks ago, but before it was answered, I had to leave your broadcast.
Price defends. That completes the penultimate over before lunch.
Since I moved to the States, the building at one end of the a pitch has been constructed. Can you tell me what it is? Well, there is the wide angle, and it is 3 blocks of apartments.
Hello, Mike.
Graveney, Hammond and Grace, they are called. And they've really changed the whole outlook of this ground, which was much more open at the Ashley Down Road end than it is now. It's kind of enclosed it. There we are. And if you can see a man in a yellow t-shirt there, that is Mr. Dan Whiting. Just showing where our commentary position is for this game. So this will probably be the last over before lunch. Josh Hull to bowl it. Thanks, Mike, for your note. Hope all's good with you. And Hull with a slip and a short leg bowling to Zafar. Will just see this over out with Gloucestershire having added 98 this morning for the loss of Van Buren for 16, Bracey for 1 and Tom Price for 20. Last wicket going down at 164, so it's a handy stand this. 42 they've added. Hull, again the short one. Zafar's not going to be interested in that.
Yeah, I think Gloucestershire will be pleased with their recovery at 118 for 5. They've added 88 for the loss of only one more wicket since then. And that's largely been down to the mainstay of this innings, Ollie Price, who has been fantastic on a wicket that's been doing a little bit, moving through the air, moving off the pitch. Bounce has been a little bit up and down, and I think he's been absolutely superb.
Hull, when he persists with the short ball, he will, and Zafar will again duck underneath it. So this looks a distinct strategy for the last over of the morning. He's been out there for just over 3¼ hours, Ollie Price, all told. 12 fours. And it's kind of been a bit of a Ben Charlesworth kind of knock, if I can compare it to that. Very patient. Hull. Oh, that's a sharper one and a straighter one as well, and as well to fend that away.
Yeah, well, what they do...
Zafar, 2 balls to go.
Well, they
before
do.
lunch.
Charles Worth and Ollie Price is they've knuckled down, and Charles Worth, we've seen it this season, and Ollie Price has done it today. They've knuckled down. They put a price on their wicket. They're not just going to give it away. They're actually going to make the bowlers get them out if they want to, you know, have their name in the book.
So will they go for the short tactic with Ollie Price as well?
He won't mind. He'll just duck under a couple before lunch.
Actually, he's played that really well to find the gap. There's a leg gully who is Rian Ahmed, but Hull bowled it in such an area that Price could play a pretty risk-free shot.
So he's going to go into lunch unbeaten, unless Zafar runs him out here, perhaps.
If I were Hull, I wouldn't be bowling a bouncer.
No.
Surely you try and got to go for the fast Yorker. Last ball before the interval. He's had a load of short stuff already. Give him something different to think about. Short leg and the leg gully still persist. There is a man out at deep square. They're bringing in Kimber. Almost to a short point. So this is a no ball, last ball of the morning, and it is short. Yeah, not sure that was the sharpest thought process for the last over before lunch, but Gloucester should get to the break. 208 for 6, so 100 for 3 net this morning. And Ollie Price through it all, started the day on 26, gets to lunch on 83. Not out. Zafar offering him capable support, as he often does in the lower order, for 21. 208 for 6, 9 overs to go until the second new ball. Wright has 3 for 24, 2 wickets this morning for him in his spell. Hull 0 for 60 from 12. Tom Scriven 2 for 37, had a wicket this morning. Parkinson 1 for 64. Rian Ahmed 6 overs for 13, and Ackerman some tidy off spin. But ultimately it has been Ollie Price's morning. And Dan Whiting, what was that chat we had at 9:20 today?
You tell him.
Dan said, I fancy Ollie Price for 100 today. At lunch, he needs another 17. Join us in 40 minutes to see whether he can get those runs. But before that, here's Dan's chat yesterday with Zahir Abbas at the Formers Players' Day. We'll rejoin you at 10 to 2.
Welcome to Gloss Cricket TV, and I am delighted to be joined by an absolute legend here at Gloucestershire. Welcome back to Bristol, Zahir Abbas. Zahir, great to have you here.
Thank you very much. Nice to be here.
Good to be back in Bristol.
Oh yes, love it.
Yeah,
Love it.
Now I want to talk about your career, because I think it was your second test, was it, or third test? It was pretty early in your career where you got
Second test match against England.
You got 274
That's
at
right.
Edgbaston,
At Edgbaston, yeah.
and that sort of catapulted you into the limelight in a way, didn't it?
That's very true. To score 200 runs against England in those days wasn't a joke.
No.
So I've done it. So you have to do something to prove yourself. So that's why you have to do it. My father told me, because he is graduate from Utah, not first of all Oxford University, and then he went to Utah State University. Look, son, I'm an educated guy. You're only a graduate, but you have to prove yourself to play for the county or something. Otherwise, leave cricket and keep on studying. So I thought, well, it's a challenge for me. So I came here, and before scoring a double 100 against England, before that I think I've scored double century or maybe 3 centuries before playing test match. Then I got 274, and then I started getting calls from the counties. I said, well, father, now I can play cricket.
Yeah. Well, you had a number of counties interested in you, didn't you? And what made you choose Gloucestershire? What drew you to Neville Road or to the Sea Unique Stadium?
My
as well
luck,
now?
first of all, I must say my luck. And most of the guys, they told me, if you are going to play for Gloucester, there are good people there, so they will look after you.
Yeah.
So that's why I've signed.
Yeah. And you've just met Mike Proctor again back here for the day. What a wonderful player he was.
Oh, wonderful player. I adore him. And today I was touching his knee, means sir. It means sir.
Yeah.
So nice to see you.
Yeah.
And I respect him.
Yeah.
I respect him, what he was before and what he is now at the moment. But the respect will be there forever.
Yes, definitely. Now, 1976, you scored 2,544 runs here in a season, in one season. How, it must have been a wonderful summer for you.
Whenever you score a lot, it's always a good summer, whether it was cold or hot, but nothing like scoring runs.
Yeah.
That was my profession, to score runs. So I scored runs, and that's how people, they come to me and say, oh well, you were one of those players. We respect you, we love you, and what pleasure you have given us when you were playing. To hear from the public or from the crowd, it makes your day.
Yeah, it certainly does.
Not just the day, but it makes my day forever.
Yeah. It wasn't just 1976, it was 1981. You got over 2,000 runs in a season here at Bristol as well. I mean, that was a good summer as well.
Yes, actually, to score runs for Gloucester is always a good season for me, and I've done many times, not just 2,000, but sometimes 1,700 runs or something or the other. But the main thing is I enjoyed.
Good stuff.
I enjoyed, and I always cherish. So whenever Bressy calls me here to come and meet my old players here, I love to come, and I will go to Cheltenham also to meet our players.
Yeah. 74 tests for Pakistan as well. You had a fantastic international career.
74 is quite less for me, actually. If you ask me, Pakistan never used to play that many test matches like other teams. They used to play like India, England, Australia, South Africa. South Africa in between, so they were not playing. But those were the countries, those were playing many test matches. But whatever and how many I played for in those days, I'm thankful. Whatever performance I've given it to for my county and for my Gloucester.
Yeah. You played in an era where there were some wonderful overseas, and there were some wonderful quick bowlers around the scene as well.
Oh my God.
Who was the quickest you faced?
Oh, Malcolm Marshall was the quickest one, and so many others, on that given day, if you made a grassy wicket and a fast wicket, so even a medium pace bowler used to be the fastest bowler you face.
Yeah.
And I've faced everyone.
Michael Holding.
Michael Holding, and you name anyone.
Yeah.
You name anyone. Our era, all of them used to be the fastest. Those days, only fast bowling survived. Spinners, oh well. Somebody came and he bowled few overs, you hit them 6 or 4s, they will be changed. But fast bowlers, they will be there to cut your neck.
We just spoke about Derek Underwood and Procky telling a story about him setting a 7-2 field, and you just kept caressing him through the covers for sort of 3-4s and over.
Yeah.
I mean, there were some wonderful spinners around in that era as well.
Oh, yes,
Derek Underwood
yes.
being one of them.
And I tell you, those days the wickets was not covered.
Yeah.
Difficult to play all those spinners. So I played on those innings also, those wickets also. But I enjoyed. That's a challenge for a player.
Yeah.
I mean, if you don't face the challenge, then what is cricket is all about?
Yeah.
If you are a great batsman and if you don't score centuries on a bad wicket or turning wicket or fast wicket, if you don't score, then you're a useless batsman.
Well, you had a wonderful one on your side in Pakistan in Abdul Qadir. He
Yes.
was a magician, wasn't he?
Yes, he was very good
Yeah.
right arm leg spinner. He died though,
Yeah,
but
sadly no
he
longer
was
living.
very, very good.
Yeah.
Very good.
Yeah.
Very good right arm leg spinner.
Yeah. And finally, what is your main memory of here of Bristol, of Gloucestershire?
The main thing is when I scored by 158 the first day at Preston, many counties came and Graham Parker also came from Gloucester. Okay, I want you to sign for Gloucester. I said, sir, I'm still playing. I don't want to be disturbed till I get out. I finish my innings. So I said, sir, try to come tomorrow. So he came back. And at that time I scored 274. I wish I could have scored more runs. but you have to be happy whatever you have done.
Yeah.
Whatever you have done. And I'm thankful to God.
Yeah.
Thankful to God.
Well, he's in his 70s now, and I reckon he's still capable of scoring a 274. Ladies and gentlemen, Zahir Abbas. Thank you.
Well, welcome back to the Seat Unique Stadium. There's the match summary as things stand at the moment. Gloucestershire 208 for 6. Ollie Price 83 not out. Zafar 21 not out. I'll give you some scores from around the country in the other matches, all of which are underway after lunch. In the second division at Chesterfield, Derbyshire, Derbyshire 4 for 2 they are, in reply to Yorkshire's first innings of 353, so they trailed by 242 on first innings, and they've already lost 2 wickets since the resumption. They were 0 for 0 at lunch, and now both openers have gone. Kame and Rees both out for 2. At Chesterfield Street, leaders Durham, in reply to Glamorgan's 390 all out, or 123 for 4, and Worcestershire, in reply to Sussex's 348 at Hove, 96 for 1, so they still trail by 252. Briefly, in the first division, full round of games right across the championship, so we dropped into this sort of block where T20 dominates. At Chelmsford, Essex 462 for 9 declared, Somerset 28 for 3.
Oh, no one likes to
Kent
see
against Surrey, Surrey 60 for 7 in reply to Kent's 301 all out. At Old Trafford, at Southport, Lancashire 272 for 5, lead Hampshire by 130. And I'll give you the score at Trent Bridge after Rian Ahmed has started the first over after lunch.
Yep, here he comes from the pavilion end, bowling to Ollie Price, who nudges that one. Square leg.
And at Trent Bridge, Warwickshire still batting, 526 for 8 against Notts.
Price again works that one leg side.
He's got to pick up his concentration again.
Yeah.
After batting throughout the morning session.
Defends that one into the offside this time.
Very watchful.
Yeah.
Which, you know, when you've had a 40-minute break to your concentration, I don't know whether he's an eater at lunchtime or not. Not all players eat in all the breaks.
It's played out to mid-on. No run.
Mentioned before, if Chris Dent is, particularly on a fielding day, he'll consume a big bowl of fruit both at lunch and at tea.
Price defends. That's probably not very good for you, all the acidity, is it? Or I suppose Chris Dent knows what he's doing, knows his body. Been an athlete for a long time, hasn't he? Price defends that one. That completes the first over after lunch. 208 for 6, and it's a maiden.
Yes, Leicestershire probably trying to get now to the second new ball without conceding too many more. I don't say we'll see right. So Hull is going to continue from this Ashley Down Road end. Will he persist though with the short ball tactic that we saw in the last over before the interval? He's taken 0 for 60 from 12 overs. And there on your right side of the screen, the fact the last wicket went down at 164. So these two have put on 44.
Yeah, a couple of good partnerships since Gloucestershire lost James Bracey, LBW, to Chris Wright with the score on 118.
Not necessarily match changing, but more than useful in both cases. So Hull, back of a length, and Zafar forces that into the offside. They'll pick up 1. Ollie Price answered his call straight away. Saw Will Brown on our way round the ground at lunchtime. I'm sure many of you will know he was involved in an accident during the winter where he got knocked off his bike. He was in hospital. He's been back at work, I think, full-time now for about 2 months. He certainly wasn't in full-time at the start of the season, but pleased to see him on the ground today. Hull very short down the leg side. I think Lewis Hill knows that he's got to try and use Josh Hull quite sparingly here, hasn't he? Probably whether he'd have 4 overs up to the new ball being due, he almost certainly won't take it, I wouldn't have thought.
No, he's...
The hope would be that Gloucestershire may not attack in these early overs after lunch. Hull again down the leg side. It's not deliberately down the leg side, I don't think. It's just he's dragged those 2 down with the right-hand, left-hand combination he's now got to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, I think the umpires might keep an eye on it, because if they think he's deliberately chucking it down there, they will. Because they do when left-arm spinners go over the wicket now, don't they?
Yeah, I mean, he stayed over the wicket to the right-hander. Can he push one across Ollie Price is the question. Again, that's short. Price goes for the hook, doesn't get a touch.
No ball.
Called as a no ball. What's that front foot, I wonder? We may not be able to tell from here. Yes, he might have been, actually. It's quite a late call, though, from Graham Lloyd. 2:11 for 6. Remember the Dan Whiting par score, he reckoned, was 280. Some of it in 250 and 280.
Oh, I think 250, I think 280 is above par, and I think they'll be quite happy with 280.
Hull running away from us, and Price goes back. Just a reminder of our email address. James can drop it up at the end of pop it up at the end of the over. If you want to get in touch with us this Monday afternoon. And there it is, commentators at glossccc.co.uk. Questions, pointers,
Donations?
donations. I haven't heard that one before. Hull's going round the wicket. Ollie Price on his birthday making a career best score. Can he really cap it off by making a century? Yes, and call is answered. Comfortable single out to Parkinson. But he doesn't have a first-class 100, Ollie Price. This is his best first-class score. It is his 6th first-class 50. Dan was on his weather app at lunchtime to see what the rain situation was potentially for this afternoon. Hull into the left-handed Zaffa. Well, that didn't get up as much. That's again another short one, but Zaffa had to duck a long way to get out of the way of that. And earlier in the over, went a long way up, and this one really went quite flat, and Zaffa did well to get his head out of the way of it.
Mike Cook's been on the email. He's very, very happy. So thank you. The lunchtime recording of the great Zahir Abbas brought back so many wonderful memories of Gloucester cricket. If you remember, some of us Cheltonians lovingly refer to him as Slash. There's Rehan Ahmed. There's Price just nudges that one into the onside and adds one more. 15 away from 100 now. So the Chiltonians lovingly refer to him as Slash due to his cavalier approach to scoring runs. What a sight when he was in full flight. Before him, Sadiq and Stovald gave the solid start. And we knew behind him was the great Procky. What a great time, stroke memory for Gloucestershire cricket. Thanks again, Mike Cook. Zafar defends, and he said Zahir defends. Zafar defends there.
Zahir did defend.
Yeah.
Occasionally, just occasionally.
Well, he wasn't a slogger at all. He was very graceful, very strong through the offside.
I think I may tell the story about the benefit match again then, briefly.
Zafar just defends that. Go on.
So Zahir came back to play in a benefit match, which I think was David Lawrence's benefit match at Cheltenham. He was given a standing ovation as he walked to the wicket. He made about 60.
Yeah.
And he got a standing ovation when he walked off.
Zafar goes dancing down the pitch.
And it took him a little while to get going, but then everything was just a little bit slower than it was previously, but all the shots were still there. And our good friend from the Exiles, Matt Davis, interviewed Zahir, I must get him right.
Zafar backs away, cuts, no run.
Interviewed Zahir at the end and said to him, lovely to see you back in Cheltenham. And Zahir said, it's wonderful to be back in Cheltenham. And he said, how was it out there batting again in front of these spectators? And he said,
Ahmed in. Zafar drives pleasantly. He's going to get at least 2. He's going to get 4, I think. No, that's well stopped there by Rishi Patel. Zafar comes back for 3. Carry on, Ian.
And Zahir said, I haven't picked up a bat for 7 years.
Wow. Still scores 60.
And you thought, he has more talent than any of us can probably ever dream of having with a cricket bat.
Yeah. 216 for 6. Zafar 25. Ollie Price is on 85. 66 overs remaining in the day.
And 6 overs of those will still be bowled with an old ball. And it will still be bowled with the same one we've been using for a while. There's no change there. So just, Dan, to update people on what you think the weather app is telling us. The sun is quite bright at the moment, just after 2 o'clock. But the app you were looking at suggested there might be some rain about.
Yeah, some
Doesn't look like it at the moment, must be said.
Some naughty rain as well. In the words of Danny Dyer, proper naughty.
Hull to continue. Clipped into the leg side. There is a man out at deep square. Callum Parkinson's out there. They'll just take 1. And Gloucestershire ticking along quite slowly at the moment. And the more runs they can get, the more it just gives them a chance, if this pitch is going to misbehave, of possibly, just possibly only batting once. Down the leg side from Hull, very short, and taken again by Hanscom.
Yep.
He's got the feel for the short ball here. He's got Rian Ahmed at leg gully. He's got a short leg. He's got a man at deep square and a man at long leg. So if Ollie Price wants to take the hook on and he miscues it, then he's set the field for it here.
Yeah, 43 away from a batting bonus point here.
Hull, legs kicking up behind him. That's pitched up, and a good stop on the bounce by Budinger at short leg. Parkinson doing some limbering up. I would have thought it would be Wright and Scriven with the new ball, wouldn't you, Dan?
Yeah, I'd say so. I think, I would have gone Wright and Hull, but Hull seems to be getting through before the new ball's due to be taken.
Runs away from us at the Ashley Down Road in another short one, and they think they've got him, and they have. Well, Price has had to go on 85. The tactic has eventually paid dividends. Tried to get out of the way here, Ollie Price. Got a thin feather edge on the top of his bat, and Hull eventually has his wicket. He's persisted with that attack from around the wicket, and Ollie Price, having produced a career best score on his birthday, on his 22nd birthday, makes his way back for 85. And Dan Whiting's prediction of a century today, to be fair, Dan, was a pretty fair call.
Yeah.
Bearing in mind that was at 9:15 this morning. You clearly fancied him to get runs today.
I'm gutted for him. I'm absolutely gutted for him because he's, you know, I know how much he'd have wanted that. So, yeah, he's.
But he's still further enhanced his reputation as a batsman. 3.5 hours, 12 fours, and like considerably higher than his previous best score.
Yeah, he's getting better and better, and he's having an influence on games, whether it's with bat, ball, or his fielding. He's influencing games one way or the other. Both Prices are. Every game they play in, one of them comes to the party in one way or the other.
So Danny Lamb in at number 9, not a rabbit by any stretch of the imagination. He's got a first-class 100, and here he is making his first-class appearance for Gloucestershire. No word yet on whether that loan is going to be extended or not.
See, Ajit Singh Dale is no fool with the bat. So MATCHDAY, we haven't really seen enough of him. Against Durham a few weeks ago, he got
a pair, didn't he?
0-0. So we'll see.
So will Hull persist with the short arm tactic, the short pitch tactic against Danny Lamb, we wonder?
Well, Gully's gone to leg slip.
Still with the old ball, of course. And that is down the leg side again, and Lamb tries to just glance it away, but doesn't get it. So what were the weather apps telling you at lunch?
Rain of biblical proportions, I believe, coming through about 2:30. I think, you know, that should go through pretty quickly by the look of it. I reckon we'll, by about 4 o'clock, we might be back on, so we might have an hour's break.
Leicestershire might just about take the new ball if that's before then, if that's accurate. Hull again short, and Danny Lamb ducks underneath it. It's not the greatest watch, all this short pitch stuff from Josh Hull, but he will say it's been worth it because he got the wicket of Ollie Price, and he's just being spoken to here by...
he went straight down the track there, that last ball. I don't know if we can see that
Graham
again.
Lloyd.
I don't know if we can see that again, but he's just, I mean, he's got more to lose. Leicestershire have got more to lose. Let's have a look at this again, where Hull goes here after he's bowled this ball. Here we go. So look, he's gone straight down the track.
If it was about the follow through, all the volume of short pitch stuff, possibly a bit of both.
Leicestershire got about force on this. They won't want anything like that. Zafar punches Ahmed through mid wicket. Man's out on the deep fence there, and they just pick up 1 run. If you're listening in from Leicestershire,
sorry, Dan.
If you're listening in from Leicestershire, welcome aboard. Hope you're having a good day up there in the East Midlands.
I was going to say, if any, this is a question for Gloucestershire supporters, but Leicestershire supporters might have a thought on this as well, just about the progress that Ollie Price has made and how big a part you think he might play
Ahmed to Lamb, who defends.
in the next, I don't know, he's got a contract until the end of 2025, I think. So
Yeah, I think he's got a massive part to play. I think Tom has as well. Ahmed to Lamb, who elegantly pushes him into the covers for his first class run for Gloucestershire.
there was a time, wasn't it, where it said that England, sort of 6, 7, 8, 9 was almost like the engine room of the team in terms of providing runs. You might say here Gloucestershire got a lower order that might do that.
One more to Zafar. Yeah, I've also seen England with Mullally, Caddick, Tufnell and
Yeah.
Malcolm, I think it might have been at
That
8,
wouldn't,
9, 10, 11.
that wouldn't be quite as prolific, you wouldn't have thought.
Lamb defends. Buddinger spent a lot of time close to the wicket there.
Got to have really quick reactions, haven't you?
Oh, that's well bowled. That's turned. Let's see if we can see that one again there. That completes the over. 220 for 7. That one turned quite a bit there. And what we see is you don't have to toss it up to allow purchase. We saw it with a ball that bowled Miles Hammond from Parkinson. You can fire it through and the ball still grips this abrasive Bristol surface. Here we go. Let's have a look at this. This is turned. Not as much as I thought actually, but still spun a little.
Hull staying around the wicket to the left-handed Zafar Gahar. Must be hay fever time. The nose has started to run.
Yeah. Yeah.
Appreciate that people do get varying degrees of hay fever. Mine is not as bad as some, certainly. I don't tend to get the eye problems that some people do. Hull. How would you describe him? Left arm short pitched at the moment.
Yeah, it's slowing the game down somewhat.
Which I suppose you might say that they haven't done this for a protracted period of time. They've just got to get to the 80th over. That's what they're trying to do.
Yeah.
With minimal damage. They've got the one wicket they wanted by this tactic. Hull again. That's a better line, you see.
Yeah.
Outside the off stump. Yes,
Certainly is.
Lamb tried to force it away, but Hanscom was taking it with the ball coming up, which is not something that's always been evident. It's quite hazy here at Bristol at the moment. Sprinkling of spectators on the Hammond roof. And also under the umbrellas on the roof garden, which is to the right of the seating. Hull, and Lamb tried to cut that away. Very, very close to a feather on that.
A couple of emails come in. Ariana and Alec. Hi Dan and Liam. Just a quick one about Ollie Price on his birthday. Do we think this performance coincides with his facial hair development, as well as his form in the blast? Really hope he gets more respect as a cricketer for both of these reasons. Well, thanks Ariana and Alec. And yeah, I think it's his beard is the reason behind his improved form. I really do.
Hull and gets Lamb to go back into his crease. And interesting, Buddinger was at short leg, but immediately went behind the stumps in case Lewis Hill fancied a direct hit.
Are you with them, Ian, Ariana and Alex, saying that Ollie Price,
Well, yeah,
his beard is, you know, making him...
The counter argument to that would be that Josh Shaw has gone for the beard as well, but
He's gone beard.
he doesn't seem to be getting in the team with the same superstition.
Yeah.
Is impacting more on Ollie Price than it is Josh Shaw at the moment. Hull again halfway down, and again Danny Lamb content to duck out of the way. I think we'll see Hull for one more over. That will be my prediction. That's 77 gone. He will bowl the 79th, and then if Chris Wright isn't back, I'll be well wearing Alfred the Gorilla's suit, I think.
Does he have a beard? He has a beard.
Yeah,
Alfred has a beard.
yeah, he may do. Get a bit of stubble, I think.
Zach, Big Phil and Stakey. Hey up, gents. Loving the stream as always. Got you on in the background today as I'm cleaning up from the barbecue we had this weekend. Ahmed in as that's played out into the offside. Unfortunately, they had everything crossed. Price to get his 100 and for Gloucester to reach 300. And he's seen some good cricket from Gloucester today. Well, you can uncross it, Zach. Big Phil and Stakey as that's gone out into the offside. What does your perfect barbecue consist of?
Well,
Probably not being there. Sorry.
Ian Randall,
Pour
that's-
cold water on that.
that's poor. That's defended. I think, well,
I'm not a barbecue personally.
oh, well, you're not.
No.
Well, you see, I come from an area of North London, which is home to quite a big Greek and quite a big Turkish community. Oh, that's well bowled. That beats lamb on the outside. And I brought down the other day some sort of sausage type things called chef talia. Lamb lets that one go. And I think you've got to get some chefties on the barbecue. I quite like a steak on a barbecue as well. Flame grilled. James Healy's nodding his head here in appreciation. Ahmed in short wide. And that's been smashed. Oh, that's great fielding down there. That's Scriven.
It's been the boundary rider for
Yeah.
a lot of them play today out in front of the Kennington Avenue car park. He's done some really good work.
Yep. 2-2-2 for 7.
I think also, I think you've got to get decent burgers. You can get, supermarket own brand burgers as a way of getting the barbecue going, because they drip the fat down onto the coals and get it smoking away. But if you want something, quality to eat, you need a good quarter pounder, don't you, Jim? He's nodding his head.
From a good independence, is what you're saying? Is that what you're saying?
Well, yeah, I think you can still get them in decent supermarkets.
Josh Hull, probably the last over of this spell. Short cut away by Lamb and into the hands of Tom Scriven. It's Zafar, I'm afraid, yes, who's gone, not Lamb. My apologies. And a wicket for Hull. And Gloucestershire lose their 8th. Zafar out for 28. Just trying to lift that over the fielder at point. And in the end, lobbing a catch.
Yeah,
So he has to go.
Leicestershire have just frustrated Gloucestershire here since lunch.
And still 28 needed for that batting point. This tends to happen sometimes when you get a decent stand. Sometimes one wicket brings 2, and here is Zaman Akhtar coming out at number 10. Oh, it's a Jeet.
I was going to say Ajit. Yeah.
It is a Jeet Singh Dale. They have a very similar tread of walk. And I'm not sure what that looked like. Zaman Akhtar, but Ajit with the honour of taking the 10 slot, leaving Zuman at 11. .68 balls, Zafar, for his 28.
It's quite conservative by his standards.
say 118 for 5 could have been certainly much worse than 222 for 8. But the last 2 wickets falling within 5 runs of each other. And funnily enough, against the old ball too. Both to Hull, and both really courtesy of persistent short ball tactic. So what will his approach be against Ajit Singh Dale? Oh, that's almost a Yorker first up, which Dale defends.
It's raining in Stoke Gifford. What is raining?
Not just raining.
Hammering it down.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Stoke Gifford's what, 6 miles? 6 miles?
The atmosphere feels quite muggy now, doesn't it? Hull to Singdale. Squeezes that away on the leg side, gets off the mark.
Yeah.
Down to Rian Ahmed.
I think it's God showing his displeasure. He wanted to see Ollie Price get 100 as well.
So 85 from Ollie Price, the backbone of this 223 for 8. Can these two and Zaman Akhtar scramble another 27? The flags, interestingly, on the club office are now billowing quite vociferously. Pulled away by Lamb, all the way to Scriven at deep square for a single.
So you're not a fan of any sort of barbecue, Ian?
No.
Fish on the barbecue?
No. Sorry, Dan.
Corn on the cob on a barbecue?
No, I don't think so. I'm just not
Just
barbecue.
not there.
No, it's not there. I'm afraid. Hull was a cry of no from Danny Lamb. Singdale squeezed it out to the right of Buddinger, but Lewis Kimber is there at leg gully. Lamb was not interested in a single, one iota.
So Ian, Sunday afternoon, nice warm summer's day. What's your preferred flavour of lunch? What would you know, what's
A warm summer's day.
warm summer's day, like today?
Okay. Hull again. Singdale inside the line. I quite like a salmon salad.
A salmon salad?
Yeah.
Yeah, very nice, yeah. Smoked salmon, or is it like sort of poached, pan-fried?
No, I quite like it poached, actually.
Yeah,
As simple as possible.
yeah.
Just about cope with my culinary skills, that can.
Stick it in a bit of tin foil, chuck it in the oven. A little bit of lemon in there.
It's so. I'm not a fish only eater by any means. But some people say tuna doesn't have an awful lot of taste to it, but I quite partial to that too.
Ahmed to Lamb, who plays that one firmly out to mid-off.
But it's got taste without being too heavy.
Yeah, I get that. Subtle flavours, I think, would be described on MasterChef. Defended there by Lamb. Lamb plays that out to Hull at mid-on.
So Chris Wright, get ready for the call.
Pleasantly played by Lamb.
This is Ahmed's 11th over. He's only gone for 22. haven't taken any liberties with him, really.
No, but he's never looked threatening, which is a leg spinner. You know, you don't mind your leg spinner going for a few, but he's not there to sort of keep it tight. He's there to pick up wickets. One there to Lamb.
Hull's figures now look better than they were, certainly. 2 for 67, still quite expensive in terms of run rate against him, but he's pulled it back a bit with the 2 wickets.
Ahmed to the Jeet.
That was a swat.
Hoiks that one towards mid-on, but doesn't pierce the field. That completes the 80 overs, so the new ball is due. Will they take it?
Well, Wright's taking his hat off, so I think that's a pretty clear indicator.
But are they going to have a couple with the old one just to get him loose? Nope, there's a new ball.
Straight away. Leicestershire want to finish this. And
Bristol bathed in sunshine here. Sunshine over Hallfield. Bishopston. Up towards Cottam and Redland. And up towards Clifton and Westbury on Trim up at the hill from our vantage point here. Out over the city and over towards the airport, and in the distance beyond that, the Mendips. To our left, the tower of the chimney of the Bristol Royal Infirmary, which is right in the centre. Great view from here. Hallfield Prison to our right as well, we can see.
so Wright having his field set. Is that a rumble of thunder I heard there? Yes, it was a rumble of thunder. I don't think it's Dan's stomach after lunch.
It's always nice to have a bit of thunder and lightning going around when you're plugged into an electrical device here. I think I might even double up and go and lift my 7-iron above my head, perhaps.
A long email from Steve Rose in Baltimore, and I got another email from a far-flung part of the globe as well, which we'll try and get to in the next couple of overs. Here's right in, and that's left alone. A little bit of shape first up to Danny Lamb. Steve says, thanks for the interview at Zaha and the reunion pictures of the Gillette Cup winning side, which brought back some wonderful memories. If I may revisit the topic of cricket matches that came up last week, a friend and I developed our own game back in the 70s. We both lived in Redland, and there was a narrow alley that separated the houses of my friend and his neighbour. Conveniently, the alley about 30 yards long. Here's right in, edged on the bounce to second slip and taken by Ackerman. Alley 30 yards long with an upward slope. There were 2 doors at the top that accessed the respective back gardens. We would throw a tennis ball up the slope and wait for it to return. At that point, your innings would begin. Using a regular bat, we would hit the ball on the ground back up the slope. If the ball made it back to the doors without hitting the wall on either side, you'd score 6. Reaching the doors but hitting a wall was 4. Very good. I like this. Right in again, and Lamb plays that with soft hands out into the gully. You'd score 1, 2 or 3 depending on the distance for a ball that only went partially up the slope. Your innings would continue as long as the ball kept returning. You'd be out bowled if the ball rolled past you, LBW if it hit you on the leg, and caught if the ball got stuck at the top of the slope or ended up in one of the indented drain grills alongside either wall.
Oh,
Good fun,
harsh.
but the toe end of the bat definitely took some wear and tear. Here's right, that's a bit leg side, but Danny Lamb can only punch it to Lewis Hill. Best regards, says Steve. That's
Great
what
game.
That's what youngsters do, isn't it? You find a space,
Yeah.
and you improvise.
Yeah, got to evolve.
And the other email comes from a gentleman called Barry. I'll tell you where he lives in a moment. Here is right again, a little bit of swing out of the hand.
Does he live in Barry?
He doesn't, no. He lives in the Reunion Islands.
Wow.
He's a big Leicestershire fan. Come on, you foxes, he says.
Hello, Barry.
They are apparently 3 hours ahead of us in the Reunion Islands.
So it's they do the Azores.
It's about 5:30 there. So Barry, I hope you're with us this Monday. Your team have done a pretty respectable job today. They just need 2 more wickets to finish this innings off, and the Gloucestershire tail are trying to hold them up now against this new ball. So Chris Wright starts with a tidy first over, and who is going to bowl at the other end? And the answer is Tom Scriven is going to have the new ball at the pavilion end with, as you can see from the bottom of your screen, Lam on 5 and Ajit Singh Dale on 1 and Zuman Akhtar.
Reunion is in the Indian Ocean.
During his 11. Now there is Sean and Meg sat close to the tractor, but not looking as if they're desperately concerned about dark clouds at the moment. But the fact that the wind was blowing the flags a bit more vociferously maybe indicates that there is a change coming. The question is whether it bypasses us or finally we have some precipitation.
I've always been a fan of the Reunion Islands. I think, I think the Suez Canal, the opening of that in 1869, possibly reduced the importance of the island as a stopover on the East Indies trade route, perhaps. I don't know about you, but that's my view on life. Not that I've Googled anything at all. Scriven. In, just strays onto the pads of Ajit, who is going to pick up 2 here. Tickles it around the corner.
Christopher Dean, not
Torvid, Dean.
I don't think so. Says, could you supply the answer to your Nigel's 11? Well, actually, no, we only got as far as a 6-a-side team. He's been out, he says. So I think really it was Long, Plews, Popplewell, Briars,
Nigel Clunes.
Cowley.
Can't have him. What, men behaving badly? No, it's Martin Clunes. Ajit's going to get 4 here. Slices that one through the covers. We got Cowley, Briars, Popplewell, Felton, Paul, Long, and Nigel Haig. And there was a Nigel Haig Jr., I believe, as well, that was sent through. So we got up to 8.
So a bit like a club third 11 on a Friday evening.
Yeah, we're going to put Nigel Martin in there. We're going to put Nigel Ben in there, just because he's hard. And we'll throw in Nigel Lawson just to collect the subs at the end of the day. There you go, that's our Nigel 11. Scriven approaching the crease. Nice smooth approach. Ajit gets a thick inside edge. That goes through.
Nearly played on.
Well, Sean, the head groundsman there, he's on a rubber tyre. The other guy is sitting on a metal surface, which I...
But that's Meg.
No, it's Paul.
There's Paul. I wouldn't advise doing that when there's lightning
Paul,
firing around. That's pumped into the onside, no run.
Just to say, things are developing at Chesterfield. Derbyshire 41 for 4 in their second innings, still trail by 201. That game might be over today.
Yeah, under the crooked spire.
Surrey in danger of being asked to follow on in the first division at Canterbury.
That would be a turn up for the books, wouldn't it?
And Warwickshire have declared against Notts. 571 for 9 declared.
Scriven into Ajit Singh Dale, who Plays that one firmly to mid-on.
Elsewhere around the country, certainly in the second division, Durham with a reasonable response to Glamorgan, 162 for 4. Worcestershire 142 for 2 in reply to Sussex 348. So certainly runs as hard to come by here as anywhere, perhaps other than Queen's Park. What's down there?
I've just whacked my ankle into the back of the chair here, and I've done very well not to scream any profanities on air. Is Scriven? Oh, that's nicely played there by Ajit Singh Dale. Very wristy. Gets 4 runs.
Nice shot against the new ball. Not the quickest new ball bowler, I accept that. But 15 more will get Gloucestershire a batting point.
He can bat, Aj. I tell you, his batting is getting better and better. His bowling's getting better and better. He's really come on as a cricketer this year. He's a top guy. And I really feel that he is sort of been the one that's really improved in the last year here at Gloucestershire. Ollie Price as well, but Ajit. And it's these young guys that are giving the Gloucestershire members a lot of hope for the future.
Chris Wright with his second over with the second new ball here on day 2 at the Seat Unique. I used the word to someone at lunchtime, it's been a bit of a slow burner, this one.
Yeah.
And it may continue to be so. I don't know how Leicestershire will approach their first innings. Will they try and bat big? Nudged by Lamb from outside the leg stump down to Parkinson. But he's at long leg and only give them 1.
Bright sunshine here.
Now goes to 6. Maybe that storm is going to pass us by. Good news if it does. Thanks for your reaction too to that Zahir interview. Proves that that was worth your persistence yesterday, Dan, because Zahir was a man in demand.
He certainly was.
Pictures, autographs, you name it, he was asked for it. Didn't get up much from Wright.
And I disturbed him. He was eating a very nice dessert. He had a cheese platter. Yeah. He had a little bit of Stilton. He had a little bit of brie there. And I disturbed his cheese and grapes. Lovely man. Very warm man.
Right, running away from us again. It clipped off his legs by Ajit. He seems to be able to judge if whether there really is a low risk shot to be played. He will play it. If there isn't, then he will
Yeah, Graham
just
Lloyd's just having a
defend.
word with him here about running down the track, actually.
sorry, there was a batch of emails that James Healy sent us across. I'm not sure we've done the bottom 3, so I'll do those if I can during this over. One from James Hicken, which I'll get to first of all. Loved watching Ollie Price today. He said he's got such great composure and maturity for a young man turning 22, following some decent short form format. Great to see him confident with the red ball. Oh, and Ahmed can't get that. He dives away to his left-hand side as it's punched away by Danny Lamb, and he'll get 4 for it. Away to the mound stand boundary, just behind square.
Nice shot.
Once it had got past Rian Ahmed, it was always going to race away. Phil Anderson says, thanks for the interview with the incomparable Zahir. I saw him at the Oval in '76 when, having come in shortly before lunch, if I remember correctly, he ended the day on 216 not out. His cover drive was a thing of beauty, with an unerring ability to pierce a packed offside field. The pleasure for a Gloucestershire fan, of course, was seeing the Surrey attack put to the sword. It's hard to underestimate that. He followed this with an unbeatable 100 in the second innings, which sadly I didn't witness.
That's the thing. I think he got 200 and 100 in a match. Was it four times?
4 times. It was 4 times.
I mean, that's some serious going.
And our good friend Mark Halliwell, also on the email, loved the interview with Zed. He said, the first day of live cricket I ever saw was at Cheltenham. I just moved from Watford with my mother, and I went to the college at the age of 10. It was a game against Sussex. Zed had made 205 not out in the first innings and made 108 in the second against an attack that included Imran Khan, Jeff Arnold and John Snow. I was hooked. For the next few years I got a junior membership for about a £5 and never missed a day at the college watching the great Zed and Mike Proctor.
Well, thank you very much for your kind words. It was
Right, some spectators are heading for the
here
some
comes
cover
the rain.
here, and in fact that over will not start, so I can complete Mark's email. As part of the membership, he said, we were allowed to have a small coaching session before the John Player League game. We had Zahir and Sadiq teaching us how to bat, Proctor and Brian Brain on fast bowling, and Graveney and Childs on spin bowling, plus Andy Brassington and Phil Bainbridge on fielding. None of it rubbed off, he said. Mr. Randall will be able to testify that, having dismissed me on a few occasions. Mark, thank you.
You got Mark Halliwell out.
Yeah, playing the odd game here and there. 241 for 8, Gloucestershire, after 3 overs with the second new ball. But we were promised, according to most of the rain radar systems that we look at, the possibility of a storm around about now, and it looks to have arrived. So at lunch, Gloucestershire were 6 down. Since then, with the old ball, Josh Hull took 2 wickets, those of Ollie Price for 85, caught behind by Hanscom, trying to hook a ball and getting a feather top edge to it, and then Zafar Gahar again trying to cut in his occasion, another short ball from Hull over Tom Scriven at point, didn't manage it, and Scriven took a fairly comfortable catch. Danny Lamb, as you can see, has 10, Ajit Singh Down has 12. 241 for 8, 9 runs needed for a batting point. And is that, do you think, a cycle, just lastly before we hopefully don't see too much of this rain for too long, Dan, is there going to be kind of a feeling that 250 is a psychological barrier for Gloucestershire as well?
Yeah, I think that's par. I think 250 is par. I think if they can get this up to 280, they'll be really pleased. But I think there's a little bit in this. I think there's Tom Price and Ajit Singh Dale could be a real handful on this. I also think that the atmospherics, the ball's going through the air, it's starting to deviate in the air. The sort of the humidity seems to have got into the wicket a little bit, so it's the bounce is up and down a little bit. It's too paced, perhaps. It's, you know, some are sort of sticking in the wicket, some are going through a little bit, and I think that, you know, batting conditions will be very tough. And I think that 85 that we saw from Ollie Price was worth 140 on a decent track. It really was. It was that good an innings. It was a masterclass in concentration, and he played it late. He played it under his head, and he knew when to go hard at the ball and when to take his bottom hand off the bat and just ride the bounce a little bit. Really well played.
Yeah, 12 boundaries in that 85 for Ollie Price. 85 out of 241 for 8. Gloucestershire will, I'm sure, bat again when we resume. But for the moment, the covers are coming on, and the rain is starting to come down here in Bristol. So a rain delay here. We'll be back with you as soon as there's news of any resumption. Meanwhile, a view of what's going out in the middle, and perhaps some more thoughts from you on the email. If you saw the Zahir interview at lunchtime, any memories of Zed, do drop us a note. Commentators at glossccc.co.uk. There is our email. We'll be back with you as soon as there's any further news here from the Seat Unique Stadium. we're pleased to tell you that it looks as if that storm has skipped right past the ground with minimal rain falling here at Bristol. We're going to restart in a little under 5 minutes.
Look at that over to the left of us, though. We've done pretty well.
Yeah, if that has skipped past us, we've done amazingly well. Though we have lost 5 overs on the day for that brief interruption, but we've still got an hour until tea. Tea to be taken today at 4 o'clock because of the time we're making up from yesterday. We have 52 overs left on the day, so get down to about 30, 35 or 36 potentially from about 20 past 4. So it could be a quarter to 7, 7 o'clock type finish, depending on how much spin bowling we see.
Yeah, I think so. I think we're going to... Although I should imagine Zafar will come into the Gloucestershire attack reasonably quickly. I think they'll give Akhtar, Ajit and Tom Price a little burst.
You had a view about... I mean, clearly it was raining when the players went off, but you would have thought about there possibly being thunder or lightning around, and whether the umpires as much took the players off because of the threat of that as to the threat of there being a real cloudburst.
Yeah, they don't mess around with lightning, and rightly so. But see the cloud there above the flats where we're located, and it's sort of over the back of us really, but the ground here in Bristol is quite actually a lot brighter than it looks like on your television screen. So we're going to start. Josh.
Well, that's interesting. Josh Hull is going to bowl. So Scriven's bowled 1 over with that second new ball, and now Lewis Hill has changed his mind and brought Josh Hull back. Possibly to bowl short again, do you think?
No, I don't think so. Not with a new ball.
We would hope not.
No, not against the tail. So, the subplot here is that Gloucestershire need 9 for a batting point. Here's Hull. First ball after the resumption. And that's got to be close. Maybe he's got an inside edge on it. Let's have a look at this. It looked close. It swung in late. Let's have a look at this. Yeah, missing leg stump as well.
Doing too much, almost.
Yeah. Late swing though.
Yes, yes. So some scores elsewhere. Division 1, Essex 462 for 9, Somerset 85 for 5 in reply, still trail by 377. Surrey have been dismissed for 145 by Kent, so they still trail by 156. Kent could, if they wanted to, enforce the follow-on.
Oh, in as Ajit.
Staying in
defence.
Sorry, Dan, in the first division, Lancashire 336 for 5 at Southport against Hampshire. They now lead by 194. Just seeing if there's a centurion there. Phil Salt 103, and Darryl Mitchell 68 not out. And the 4th game in the first division is at Trent Bridge.
That's wide and flailed away by Singdale, but can't get it past Scriven at cover.
Warwickshire 571 for 9 declared, Notts 29 without loss. In the second division at Hove, Worcestershire 159 for 2 in reply to Sussex's 348, so they're still 189 behind.
Oh, that's well bowled by Hull. That's where he wants to be, around that area.
That was almost on the second bounce to Handsker, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Had one of those in the first over he bowled right at the start of play yesterday. Not quite second bounce, but very close. At Chesley Street, Durham, 209 for 4 in reply to Glamorgan's 390. So they're still quite a way behind. And Derbyshire, 4 down in their second innings against Yorkshire at Chesterfield.
Oh, and that's a nice shot. He's going to get 4 penneth for that, straight down the ground.
Good shot from Singdale. Well, Derbyshire 81 for 4. They still trail Yorkshire overall by 161. So this is the only game now which is still in the first innings of the match around the country.
Yeah. Beautiful sunshine here in Bristol. Got quite warm as well, isn't it?
I wonder if James might have a look at that weather app again in a minute. Is that it, do we think, for any kind of danger of any storm for the rest of the day? There was a hint there might be a little bit, but it might be after the close, a bit of rain.
Singdale just pushes it back to Hull for no run.
245 for 8. Gloucestershire's run rate down below 3. And the radar map that James Healy's using, looks like the rain might just be passing north of us, actually. So we might just about get to the close. Chris Wright is going to continue from this Ashley Down road end.
Been the pick of the bowlers.
Yeah, and no surprise there, really.
No. Part of that Warwickshire side that won the county championship 2012. It's a good side.
He's taken 3 for 30 in 20 overs.
Jeetan Patel, Ricky Clark, really good attack.
Right. In and Lamb says no to a possibility for singles. 20 overs, 10 maidens, 3 for 30.
Parsimonious.
It's a really a fine example to his other seam bowlers. And he's only conceded 4 fours in those 20 overs. And I think certainly one of those was an Ollie Price sort of soft edge, if you like, to third man. So you couldn't say that was a really aggressive shot. I can only remember one truly bad ball he's bowled. Gloucestershire creeping up though towards this batting point. 246 for 8. This is day 2, remember, so as and when Leicestershire come to bat, there is an element, of course, of how many they get, but also there's an element of how fast or fast they actually tick the scoreboard along. If they do go slowly, we might end up with a game that's pretty even by the end of day 3, right in, and Lamb defends. I mean,
No, I don't think they'll go that slowly. I think that they'll, because there'll be 104 overs in day 3 as well.
They will. So if they were to, I mean, Gloucestershire are going to bat for, one would think, around about 5 hours of actual playing time. So you could end up with the situation where Gloucester have got to chase runs in the 3rd innings.
Yeah, I think.
To set up a game. Lamb, Chinese cut there away on the leg side. He didn't think that was going to go there. Callum Parkinson feels by the square leg umpire, but Lamb was trying to
I wonder if
play it out on the offside.
Leicestershire have got a thought process probably here where they're thinking, right, if we can get 500 and then make life very difficult.
Oh, that would be a thought process, yes.
Get 500 on this.
Do you think?
Be a big
do you
ask.
think that is possible though?
No. I don't.
Right, pitches that one up outside the off stump. But
Categorically no. I think 250's par. I think 280 will be a decent score on this.
so in a way then, the way that they would want to force the game actually is to score quite slowly, because that means Gloucestershire have got to have a proper dash in the third innings, as opposed to if Leicestershire score quite quickly but get dismissed, it opens the window for Gloucestershire to dictate that third innings as they want, rather than think, well, we've only got 40 overs to get whatever we can here.
Yeah, I think both sides, have got nothing to lose by setting up something here, because you can't get relegated out of Division 2. And with the points now, you only get 5 points for a draw. So, as opposed to 8 last year. So you might as well go for a win. Play positive cricket.
Yeah, Leicestershire's issues this season really have been the fact that they've had a lot of games where there have only been 3 innings. In fact, the game at Derbyshire at home, there was only 1 innings per side. They had 4 draws in a row until the defeat at Worcester, which, arguably, to come back to that crazy game that we discussed earlier on today, Gloucestershire against Derbyshire in 2010, they bowled Worcestershire out for 83, and they were left to defend effectively 2-7-1 in the 4th innings, and they lost by 3 wickets.
Yeah.
Worcestershire got them. So
Hull in, and Lamb flashes away. Plays and misses outside the off stump. Worcestershire a funny side though. The top order haven't been getting many all season. You think Jack Haynes is a decent player over there. Jake Libby's been a heavy run scorer in recent years, but they both had pretty poor seasons by their standard. But the runs are coming from further down the order. People like Gareth Roderick, once of this parish. Matthew Waite scoring runs down the order, isn't he, at number 7 or 8? That's short and wide. That's gone up in the air. That's gone all the way for 6. Danny Lamb, that's the batting point. Top edge, wasn't in control of it, but it's not a big boundary down there, and he just sort of, as long as you get something on it, it can easily fly away down there.
I've just spotted that Danny Lamb's last first-class match started exactly a year ago today. He played in the Lancashire side against Warwickshire at Edgbaston. He's not played a first-class game since then.
Oh, he's on to 20. Sorry, he's on 18. Hold to him, and he resolutely defends that one.
That, I'm sure, if you look at the reasons why players go on loan, if they can't get into their parent club's team, then, well, why don't you try and find an avenue, even if it means dropping from Division 1 to Division 2, to actually get some competitive first team cricket?
Yeah, certainly. We've seen a number of players go on loan. Somerset have let Josh Davey go on loan to Leicestershire for 1 game, didn't they? That's down the leg side from Hull. Good sprawling stop there from Peter Hanscom. Jack Brooks went on loan to Worcestershire as well from Somerset, and he's now gone on loan again to Nottinghamshire.
And Craig Miles has gone from Warwickshire to Durham.
Yes.
For this round.
Yeah.
Only the 4 byes in this innings conceded by Hanscom. I can't remember if that was actually that was 1 ball, I think, yesterday.
Yeah, it was. It was 1 lot of 4. I think it was off the spinner, wasn't it? Hull. That's short and wide, and that's been chopped away for 4 through 3rd. Takes the score on to 258.
If I was Lewis Hill, I think I'd be getting Scriven back into the attack.
I think I would as well, or maybe even one of the spinners with a harder ball, which spins quicker, doesn't it?
But you made the point about, 250 to 280 might be past score. They want to just leak 50 runs here, Leicestershire.
No, they don't. They definitely don't. Runs are at a premium here.
Gloucestershire know they're in the game with this sort of score, I would suggest. 2 wickets in hand.
This hole. That's a bouncer. That's a no ball. It's gone over Danny Lamb's head. So no ball and one for the over as well. 260.
He's bowled a couple of those.
It's been an expensive
Josh
over.
Holt.
This has gone for 12 already. Here he comes. That's short and wide and placed nicely. Ahmed's in pursuit out on the cover fence, and 2 more to Danny Lamb. Moves him on to 24. Ajit Singh Dale on 7. 49 overs left in the day. 86 gone in this Gloucestershire innings, and they are 262 for 8. You're listening to me, Dan Whiting. I'm with Ian Randall, James Healy, bringing you the pictures to you guys at home, and we hope whether you're listening in from Gloucestershire or from Leicestershire or wherever you are in the world, because we've had a plethora of emails from all over the place, haven't we, from Reunion to the States to wherever, and we hope you're enjoying this fascinating contest between these two sides.
I think the feedback says people enjoyed your chat with Zahir at lunch. I think that's what the feedback says. Here is Chris Wright. Clipped away again by Ajit Singh Dale, down to a sliding Josh Holt. They'll come back for 2. It's well run.
Well, it was an honour. It was an honour to actually do the interview with him.
76 he is now. That's the
Yeah.
kind of time does pass, and you forget that these players that perhaps of our youth that we love to watch are now,
You were a middle-aged man, weren't you, when you were watching Zahiri?
much more mature themselves. 2 more for Singh Dale. Clipped away. Down again to Hull. Chris Wright hasn't quite yet got the accuracy of his spells both yesterday and first thing this morning. Furious polishing of the ball by Tom Scriven. 2 slips, a fine gully, point, extra cover and mid-off for Wright. And the Leicestershire openers, Rishi Patel and Sol Budinger, will be probably mentally thinking about batting at this point, because might only take 2 balls from here,
Yeah.
so they have to be ready. But Gloucestershire creeping up. Remember, they were 118 for 5, and then it's a question of the lower order all supporting each other and Ollie Price. That's into the ground from Ajit. He's frustrated. I think he could have cracked that away, but didn't time it. So Tom Price batting at 7, made 20. Zafar at 8, made 28. Danny Lamb at 9, 24 not out. Ajit at 10, 21 not out. And of course Ollie Price earlier in the day, 85. Although interestingly, nobody else has got past 30. See whether either of these two can. Right again to Singh Dale. Oh, hit him up on the thigh pad.
Louis Kimber batted very well here in the Royal London game last year. Got 68. He was
particularly severe on Paul van Meekeren. He's particularly severe on Zaffer as well. Zaffer went over 6 and over. He picked up 3 wickets. And Kimber eventually perished, caught by Ben Charlesworth off the bowling of Tom Smith.
Right, sun's just gone in for a moment. Jeep says wait as he just pushes that out to point where Rayan Ahmed does the fielding. So that little break doesn't seem to have disrupted the
No, 44 this is with.
concentration too much, these two.
There's the partnerships up on your screen.
Just a little bit of thunder maybe in the distance there. Wright's taken 3 for 37 in his 22 overs. 2 wickets to Hull, 2 wickets to Scriven, 1 to Callum Parkinson. And we're going to see Parkinson now with this ball that's only 7 overs old.
Yeah, the umpires aren't too concerned about that thunder.
So it did sound distant though, didn't it? Didn't sound as it was
Yeah,
very right in the vicinity. But the area over the pavilion, so we're looking from the Ashley Down Road end over the pavilion, that area is quite clear. That sky is not murky at all, is it?
no, it's the other way though, there on your screens. You see there over the flats. Well, let's see what Parkinson does first ball. That's defended by Danny Lamb. Let's have a look over the flats again. You see it's still murky over there. Still a bit, looks a bit grim, doesn't it? Over towards Filton, Patchway. Lamb just squeezes one into the offside and they come through for a scampered single. Yeah, that area over there is going slightly sort of northeast. And if we cop that lot, we might be off for a while. Parkinson. Oh, that's well bowled. That turned. That turned a lot. Let's have a look at this again. Oh, that's gone. Probably ragged. Ajit just punches that one towards Ahmed, mid-wicket.
He's bowled a couple of real rippers.
There's over the Bristol Rovers, the Memorial Stadium. That's towards sort of Horfield, Filton, Southmead, that area. Ajit goes down the ground but doesn't get hold of it enough to get it over the head of Parkinson. There we go, look at that. Wowzers.
He's bowled a couple of real rippers, Parkinson. The one that got Miles Hammond out, that one earlier in this over, but on occasions in between doesn't look awfully threatening.
Lamb defends. That sky there over the Memorial was darker than Ian Randall's mood after Friday night's 80-run defeat to Somerset. Is that a fair comment, Ian?
I think for both of us it was quite a sobering evening.
Yes.
At some stage you have to say that Smead hit the ball very cleanly and very hard, but there just didn't seem an answer from any of the Gloucestershire bowlers.
No.
Once he'd had that one big over, he took all the strike off Tom Smith. He was away.
Yeah.
Away and over the hill in terms of his confidence and what he felt he was able to do. And here Gloucestershire are keeping Leicestershire out in the field. This is the 89th over. There is Chris Wright, and that's didn't go where it intended from Ajit Singhdale wanted to play it into the onside, got it high on the bat, and it skews out for a 1 run up to mid-off. That's just going to drop Rayan Ahmed out to the point boundary now for Danny Lamb. So you've got a deep point and a deep square. The wind again billowing the flags on the club office. Wright tries the Yorker option, but it's read by Lamb. Didn't quite have it quite full enough, actually. It was probably going down leg side anyway. I don't know what you were talking about, the innovative nature of the CEO at Leicestershire yesterday. I don't know what their declared crowds were for their T20, but I know they've been, I think, pretty happy with their attendances for the white ball competition. They want 2 here, Lamb, out to Ahmed, and they've got it, even though his throw's gone to the bowler's end. It's well backed up by Lewis Hill. I'd say it's it's very strange how cricket games you're asked to commentate on over the years. I've only ever been to Leicester once.
Yeah, I've only ever been there once. The years back as well.
Yes, it was a long time ago. I reckon it may even have been as much as 30 years ago. Right. In again, and Lamb defends. Looks as you would expect for somebody with his record. I know the sample isn't massive. He looks a tidy bat, doesn't he?
He does. He doesn't look like a number 9.
I must confess that I thought he would bat at 7. I must be honest. With Zafar and Tom Price at 8 and 9, but in this instance, the Brains Trust has put him down the order. That's just a little leg cutter from Chris Wright. Does go away off the seam, but no danger to Lamb. And Gloucestershire will now be thinking, right, can we squeeze another 29 out of this?
Yeah.
And get to 300.
1 run away from the 50 partnership, these two.
Right again, the cry of no. Singhdale was part way down looking for the single. Lamb wasn't interested.
Danny Lamb doesn't half smash the bat into the floor as he's waiting for the bowler.
Matt Davis has been in touch on the email. He says Ian was correct in what Zed said to me after the benefit game at Cheltenham many years ago. Had not picked up a bat for 7 years. He was generous with his time when I saw him in the lobby of the Pearl Continental in Lahore when I was covering a Pakistan versus India series for the BBC World Service. Sat talking about Gloucestershire for a good half an hour. I could have seen him play had he been better behaved at primary school. Hello.
Oh,
Didn't know this story.
Oh, go on.
Didn't know this story. I'll come back to that after this over from Parkinson because he rattles through them.
Singhdale defends.
We'll hold that story.
We'll hold the story. We'll hold the story. Is he a naughty boy, my young Matthew? Parkinson. Singhdale leaves that one well alone.
This will be an irritant, this stand to Leicestershire, won't it?
Certainly will be. It's just played into the onside.
Big
All
cry.
about the single,
Yeah,
but Budinger.
Big cry of wait from Danny Lamb.
Yeah, Budinger's round the corner there. That's pleasantly whipped, only to find There's the 50 partnership. Well batted, Danny Lamb and Ajit Singh Dale. Singh Dale, they're whipping one to Rishi Patel. I'm sure they'll have crossed paths in the Hertfordshire League. Ajit Singh Dale having played for North Mims Cricket Club for a while, and Rishi Patel for Potters Bar, local derby that. Lamb goes cutting.
And bear in mind, this stand has been against the second new ball too. Not all of it, but
Yeah,
they were brought together in the 79th over, so bear in mind that Wright took the new ball straight away. They've done well to add 50 together.
Lamb just noodles that one into the offside. That completes the over. 272 for 8. Danny Lamb, 27. Ajit is on 24.
So our correspondent Matt said, I could have seen Zahir play had he been better behaved at primary school. The head teacher, Mr. Hicks, was on the Gloucestershire committee. In the summer term, he would take those who had been well behaved to leave for the secondary school for the Gloucester Festival for a day. I was 5 minutes away from the school in Tuffley Avenue. I wasn't selected. I remember it was the day England played France in the 1982 World Cup. Many years later, when I really got into cricket, I looked at the scorecard for the day, and you've guessed it, said, scored a sublime 100. But behave at school is the moral, he says, of that story. Best wishes, Matt. Matt, thanks for that.
Brian Robson goal, 27 seconds.
And also, we should say, because Matt is the membership secretary of the Gloucestershire Exiles, and he does a lot of good work for that organisation. And as we know, they raise money for the club, and that's all part of the what Dan calls the Gloucestershire family, the extended Gloucestershire family.
Certainly is, yeah.
Exiles Day at Cheltenham this year, first day against Worcestershire. If you're interested in becoming a member, then search for them on Google, all the details, or whatever search engine you happen to use.
And you will get
A copy.
every 3 months, is it?
Twice a year.
Twice a year.
Twice a year.
Copy of
Outside.
Outside Edge.
Here is Rian Ahmed. Back into the attack, this time from the
A little bit of confusion there.
Ashley Down Road end. A touch of the yes, no, wait, sorry's there for a minute, but they did manage to get the single. So I wonder if Leicestershire think they've got to try and... It's a bit... Is it right to say, are they trying to buy a wicket here, do you think, with the spinners? Nothing's happened for Chris Wright with the new ball after 5 overs. So
There might be a little bit more rain in the air.
Ahmed in, and again Lamb goes back. Does he bowl too short, Dan? I mean, that feels like a critical question of a young teenager bowling leg
If
spin.
the ball's too flat. I'd like to see him get it above the eye line a little bit more.
It's quite skiddy. That's a good stop from Budinger to his left.
Clouds really starting to build up over to the east of the ground.
Yeah, the sun definitely in now. Ahmed. A bit of a twirl on that one, a bit of a loop. But again, defended by Lamb. And these two putting together a tidy little stand that is edging Gloucestershire possibly towards a second batting point. They need 27. They've got 19 overs, so the time isn't an issue. The question is whether they might get stopped by another rain interruption. I wonder where the ground staff are at the moment.
They're on the tractor.
Sean's on the tractor, is he?
He's on the tractor.
Right, so he obviously is concerned there may be
Feel the air's got a lot colder as well.
a call from the umpires, but not with Parkinson on from the pavilion end. Zuman Akhtar still with his pads on.
Parkinson in to Ajit Singh Dale. Dominic Goodman walking past. And that's going to be 4 runs. That's clipped away pleasantly there by Ajit Singh Dale. Takes the score 277, and that was a heavy drop of rain just came down outside.
Ajit's got a 31. Sorry, he hasn't. He's got a 22 not out. So this is now his highest score of the season.
Parkinson into him, and he defends that. I'll tell you what, he's batting very well this year. He batted well at Worcester, where he kept Tom Price company as he smashed that 100. He batted well against Durham here in the home game. So he lets that one go from Parkinson.
Well, it's one of the things that Will Brown was talking about at lunchtime was, you know, Gloucestershire think that, you know, Zuman Akhtar might be able to improve over the next 18 months as much as Ajit has in the past 18.
Ajit got 10 against Sussex. Parkinson to Lamb, who can't get that one through the covers as the rain is just coming a little heavier.
Well, Ajit wants to stay out there because he's asked for a drink. Danny Lamb too. Again, it's just you said about the air getting a bit cooler. I think it's just turning muggy again, which may indicate that atmospherically there is a potential shower quite close to us, but we're okay to continue for the moment, especially with the 2 spinners on. There's no light issue. Lights aren't being used in this game anyway. And we have 43 overs remaining on the day. We're at 25 to 4 at the moment. Tea, in theory, is at 4 o'clock, but there could be a couple of variables to that.
That's googly.
Untidy take from Hanscom was the one that went the other way from Rian Ahmed. So Gloucestershire 9 down. They may bat on after 4 o'clock if either the rain doesn't arrive. Equally, tea may be taken early if the rain doesn't skip past us. Ahmed, in again to Lamb. There he goes back.
Mike Cook dropped us an email. Thanks for the email. And Mrs. Cook is watching the match. Not fully aware of the nuances of cricket. And thought I said something else when I just said there's the 50 partnership. I wouldn't be that rude, Mrs. Cook.
Lamb waits again for Ahmed. Uses his feet this time, goes down the ground. Shy at the bowler's end, does miss, which is probably just as well. And the dust that's all over Danny Lamb's kit will probably mean he might need a new shirt at tea. We'll see. If he's still batting then, he might be superstitious about keeping that one on.
He's only just got one.
How many Danny Lamb white Gloucestershire shirts are there, I wonder? Ahmed in against Singdale again, that's short. And for the first time today, a little bit of air traffic over the ground. But 280 for 8, so the Dan Whiting target has been hit by Gloucestershire. There is the card. As you can see, Ollie Price leading the way, and now down at number 10, Ajit Singdale is the second highest scorer.
Yeah, they'll be pleased with this. They were rocking. They were 118 for 5 when James Bracey was out. But what they've got is they've got real resistance in this middle order. Parkinson to Lamb, who defends that. And at 7-8-9, they've got probably 3 number 7s there, I would suggest, in Tom Price, Afagahar and Danny Lamb. That's just defended. Scriven doing the fielding.
You posed a question yesterday about whether this pitch might actually get easier to bat on. Now, if you go back 3 or 4 years, you tended to find that with Bristol wickets.
Lamb gives himself a bit of room. Scriven dives away, keeps it down to 1.
But with Zafakar in the team, you kind of want the pitch to spin more as the game progresses. The Leicestershire spinners aren't finding much in it at the moment.
No. Jeet defends. No run.
You might argue whether Zafar is a better spinner than both of them.
Time will only tell.
Oh, yeah.
Parkinson.
The
Jeet leaves that alone.
His wicket of Miles Hammond yesterday is the only one to a spinner for Leicestershire.
And it's colder air again now.
Not that Dan isn't obsessed by the weather.
That completes the over. 281 for 8. Jeet Singh Dale is on 30. Danny Lamb on 29. 93 overs have gone in this Gloucestershire innings, so there's 17 more. 94 have gone, so there's 16 more for them to gain any bonus points. Leicestershire have got 2 points so far. Gloucestershire have just got the 1.
And one more wicket will get them the 3rd. But Gloucestershire trying to eke out as many as they can here without soaking up too much time, I would suggest. What they don't want to do is...
I would suggest if they're not all out, they might call it a day after 110.
Yes, there wouldn't appear to be much to be gained from going on after that. I'll do the maths on where that might leave us. 16 would leave us 25 overs in the day. That would leave us with 2 off between innings. So 23 overs to have a bowl tonight.
And then 104 tomorrow. So that'll be 127 plus 96. So 223 overs to bowl Leicestershire out twice, which is more than enough. If you bowl well.
Yeah. But the question is, how many runs might they have to play? You know, they're not going very quickly here.
No.
If they were to, if these two stick around, they might get to 350. That's aggressive. And Budinger tried to cling on to that extra cover. He parried it but couldn't hold it. So technically a chance for Danny Lamb, difficult though it was.
Great effort.
Would have been a superb catch.
Great effort from Sol Budinger.
Lamb and Dale now both on 30. And Dale on strike to the leg spinner. Worked away to deep square. Kimber's out there. Yes, Gloucestershire went to lunch at 208 for 6. So they've added 75 for 2 wickets this afternoon at the moment, with a short break for rain, so it's not a truly full session. Ahmed in his 13th over. So he bowled the 1 maiden, so Just a delivery somewhere that's been worked away for a run or two, just to rotate the strike. It's all Gloucestershire have been able really to do against him, but to go back to your point earlier, Dan, he's not looked very threatening. Tidy, but not very threatening.
No. I think this wicket, Gloucestershire fans will remember the Warwickshire game towards the tail end of last season. And I think it's not a million miles away from that, where Warwickshire batted first. They got 274 all out thanks to a, what can you describe as a rather patient 120 from Dominic Sibley. Gloucestershire then batted 255, but then Warwickshire just collapsed under the weight of Tom Price's pressure. 8 for 27, and Gloucestershire made a bit of a meal of it, chasing. Chris Dent got 64, and Graham Van Buren got 49, but they only just scraped home by 3 wickets. Here's Callum Parkinson as Ajit whips him square. They think about a second, but they hold fire. 15 minutes to tea.
The sun's about to reappear, I think.
Just defended. I don't think anyone knows what it's doing.
Weather-wise, you mean? Yeah.
I haven't got a clue what I'm doing. I don't know. I'm just watching a bit of cricket. Defended.
I think we can fair to say that Lamb in particular has got a pretty good idea what he's doing out there.
He's got a good idea. Ajit Singh Dale has got a good idea. Lamb gives himself a bit of room.
These two both, of course, turning the ball away from the right-hander, aren't they? So
Yeah.
it's the wagon wheel would show a lot of runs scored square of the wicket off both. We've seen very little driving from either of these two against the spinners.
Parkinson's going to come over the wicket. Big appeal, no shot there from Ajit Singh Dale. I think the ball's pitched outside leg stump, but let's have another look at this. It's a dangerous game to play. No, ooh, that's probably pitched on leg stump. That is a very dangerous game to play. Bit more width outside the off stump, and Singh Dale plays him out to deep cover. 286 for 8. The end of 96 overs.
Great question from Alex in Winterbourne.
Yeah.
This probably takes a winter's work, this one. Afternoon both. Have more runs been scored at the Pavilion End or Ashdown Road End in first-class cricket? Same question applies to wickets. P.S. Please can we have fewer views of the Memorial Ground? Okay. I think we can certainly work on the fewer views of the Memorial Ground. There is one. It was just purely for meteorological reasons, you understand. I don't know whether it's just applying to this season or...
They're building a new end there, and I believe that it's not going to be ready.
History of Gloucestershire cricket.
Bristol Rovers, and I think that they've asked to play their first 3 games away from home. So someone was telling me yesterday. Someone who may have just bought a season ticket there for the first time this year.
Worked into the leg side by Lamb, again going back to leg spinner Ahmed, and Josh Hull with the throw. So it's a very slow crawl towards the 300 here, but Gloucestershire want to make sure they get there, and they are just keeping Leicestershire out in the field for a long time. Clever shot. from Lamb. Played that on the full paddle. And chase for Ackerman. From slip, they'll come back for 2. And once they get to 289 now, once you get into the 290s, they will really think they've got every chance of getting to 300. And if there isn't any real devilment from the spinners, they might think that after tea they might be even going to get close to 350. Another paddle from Lamb into the same spot. Will he get 2 again? He will. That's a Vietnam, I didn't expect him to play that shot a second time, I don't think. But Lamb on to 35.
Yeah, innovating.
Last wicket went down at 222. Leicestershire would have probably hoped to wrap this innings up for 50 runs less than 50 runs fewer than Gloucestershire have currently got. I would think they haven't managed to do it. Ahmed was the full leg break again. Red once more. He's been out there for 82 minutes for his 35. And he goes aggressive this time. That's gone for 6. That's a big hit. That's gone, as you've probably heard, well beyond the seats in the family stand. He's attacked that boundary, the short straight boundary. And Gloucestershire now only 1 blow away from a second batting point. Ahmadi into Lamb. He'll cut. There's a man out on the fence, Rishi Patel, but he'll pick up 1. And if you're a lone player and you want it to be more than just 14 days, which is what he's here for at the moment.
Yeah.
Going the right way about him, impressing your temporary payees. I'm sure that's the generally the loan works.
Yeah, you certainly are. Yeah. You know, as a professional cricketer, if it's not working out for you at one county, you might have to get on your bike, as Norman Tebbit once said back in the 80s. Not that we should really be mentioning Norman Tebbit on this on the stream, but there you go. Parkinson going to come around the wicket. Lamb defends. Gloucestershire will be very pleased with this effort. It's been hard graft, but they've stuck in there. There's 1 more to Lamb. One more for a second batting point.
It's just a pity we've lost the time to rain here, because it would.
That's just played out into the offside.
If you add about 60 overs to the match situation at the moment, it would really open it up for a potential positive result. Still might get it, but you have to work out it in a different way.
Parkinson around the wicket. Ajit just plays that into the offside.
There's been a flood.
We have had a flood. Ajit. My Leicestershire notes.
Yeah, I must hold my hand up.
Yes.
There's been a flood on the table.
Randall the Vandal wrecks the table by knocking a cup of coffee over, all over the notes, our research notes that were
so lovingly prepared before the game.
I'm pleased you used the word hour there, by the way.
299 for 8. Lamb is on 43. Ajit Singh Dale on 34.
Thank goodness it's only the notes and not any of the gadgetry.
8 minutes to tea. We'll probably get 3 overs, although Tom Scriven is going to come back into the attack from the Ashley Down road end.
I thought, to be fair, I thought he was a touch unfortunate because when he bowled 1 over, when the second new ball was taken, we then went off for 5 overs, and the Leicestershire side, when they reappeared, decided that actually it would be Hull who was going to have a bowl. I think Scriven felt a bit hard done by for that.
I think sometimes you take a punt, a skipper, don't you? You take it's like your hunch. When it comes off, you look like a hero, and when it doesn't, you're down to 0.
So here is Scriven, his second over since the second new ball was taken, and he's plugged away in this Gloucestershire first innings. He's taken 2 for 47 in 16 overs. So Wright 3 for 40, Hull 2 for 85 in 18, Scriven 2 for 47, Parkinson 1 for 77, Ahmed 0 for 39. So the spinners have bowled 36 overs between them, and they've only bowled 1 maiden. Clipped away pleasantly, but straight to mid-wicket by Danny Lamb. That's a lot of overs, Dan, with only 1 maiden, isn't it, for 2 slow bowlers?
Yeah, it certainly is. Certainly is.
Hanscom's going to stand up now to Scriven. He's just checking with the bowler that he knows that he's come up behind the stumps. Lamb has 43. And he's content, maybe with, say, 6 minutes to go till tea. Maybe thinking, right, we've got 10 overs after tea. What chance would we have of getting anywhere near to 350?
That marquee area over there, it's put up for T20. It's a sort of corporate, I think it's a gin company marquee, isn't it, for T20 cricket? Providing some much needed shade.
Oh, hang on. That's a big rumble of thunder, and umpire's just having a chat. Scriven aborted his run. It was a big rumble rather than a clap, but certainly the loudest today. Scriven in, almost a Yorker, but again, just only a modest, I don't mean this to be unkind, it's a modest medium pace. He's not a fast medium.
No.
Therefore, now able to cope with it. Yes, there will only be 1 more over, I would think, after this, until the tea break. Scriven. Well pitched up, driven down the ground, and partially stopped by Lewis Hill. But that means Gloucestershire will get 1 run, and they will get a second batting point.
Well batted, Danny Lamb and Ajit Singh Dale.
Which these two have grafted hard for, from 222 for 8 to get to 300 for 8. It's been a determined effort. Not many boundaries in there. Scriven again, worked away by Singdale. In fact, there were Lammas hit 2 sixes, the one off the top edge and the one genuinely hit into the family stand. Apart from that, there have been 6 fours in this partnership. So, you know, not a very high proportion of runs in boundaries. They've just worked it around, haven't they?
Yeah, I mean, you do wonder now whether you're going to see them put their foot on the accelerator pedal
and see if they can even winkle out another one before 110 overs goes. They've got 11 overs, is it?
They've got, yes. If they play this out as the last over before tea, they will have 10.
Parkinson to Lamb, who can't get that one through the offside. So they'd be looking at, I think, 350 if they can.
More thunder.
Parkinson, Lamb goes, aerial goes over the top, and Josh Hull's not going to get hold of that because it's gone all the way over the rope. And that's his 50. Danny Lamb, 3 sixes in there. And I'll tell you how many fours.
2.
In a minute. 2 fours, 82 balls, and that is a really good innings. Just defended there. Yep, you do wonder whether it's going to be gung-ho central now. Chopped away there. Can't get it past Scriven though. 1 run.
Different tactical question might be if there is a link, if this thunder does become a delay, whether Gloucestershire might declare.
Yeah, I can hear it.
Having got the second point.
I think it's moving away though, actually. Parkinson to Ajit, who defends. I think it's moving further away. I don't know if we've got the radar.
1 ball to go in the over. The clock says 15:59, so it's touch and go. We might get 1 more over in.
Ajit defends that
It
into
all
the
depends
onside.
now on the pace of Graham Lloyd getting to the stumps at the Ashley Down Road end. Applause for Danny Lamb's numbers over the public address with Terry Blake. And
We will get 1 more in.
it's just ticked round now, actually, but umpire Lloyd is going to take that as being okay for us to have 1 more over from Tom Scriven.
Why not?
So this will be the 101st, and Gloucestershire will have 9 potentially after tea to see what they can manufacture. That's very, very fine. That could be 4 runs, and it will be 4 runs. Man at long leg, Josh Hull's quite wide in front of the club office. And Lamb, who's made only his 4th first-class 50 today, maybe has thoughts of a real, as Dan said, a real attack now at trying to get to 350. Tries for weight, and he'll get 1. Tumbling effort from Kimber, can't haul the ball in as it goes past backward point out to Rishi Patel. Talk about momentum in cricket sometimes, don't you? Leicestershire would have had it with 2 quick wickets this morning. There was a stand up to the taking of the second new ball. Hull then took 2 quick wickets, and it looked as if Gloucestershire might be bowled out for maybe under 250. Now here they are, over 300, and with Ajit Singh Dale unleashing a fine on drive down the ground for 4.
Well, only the very best can play the on drive. It's like the semicolon in writing, isn't it?
That's a lovely shot. It was in the slot, but Ajit Singh Dale showing again how his batting is improving. Oh, he's got hit there just above, just above the pad.
Yeah, they can sting for a little bit sometimes. He's all right.
This is now a career best score for Ajit as well with the bat. So we've had 2 career bests in this innings. 85 from Ollie Price, and now Ajit at 38 not out. He's in
I wonder if that's hit him slightly
career best
higher than the top of the pad.
career best territory as well. Scriven with a slip and a gun. He tries to fire that at leg stump, and Hanscom does throw the stumps down, but Ajit's going to put the bails back on. He was in anyway. 1 ball to go until tea. Here's a rerun of the ball that struck Ajit Singh. Oh yes, oh that may have that may well have hurt. I won't crack the obvious gag.
I was always taught we had an Australian coach when I was a kid.
At this situation, if you look at the scoreboard.
We had an Australian coach when I was a kid who always used to tell us to put a box in.
Down the leg side, and Ajit again thinks of herring off for a single. He won't get it because Hanscom is onto it quickly, and that is tea, with Gloucestershire having the better of that afternoon session. 316 for 8. The short-term target here could be to try and get 34 in 9 overs for a 3rd batting bonus point. But credit to these two who have added 94 for the 9th wicket. Ajit Singh, 38 not out, a career best, and Danny Lamb on his debut on loan from Lancashire, 56 not out.
Yeah, the Lamb has got the foxes on the run, hasn't he? And it's been a really, really good innings from both of these guys, actually, and they put on 94 as the players just go off to tea. We're going to take a quick break, and we will see you back here in about 15 minutes.
I just have to say, Dan, that if Lamb has got the foxes on the run, then it's an old grey whistle test after tea. We'll see you in 20 minutes. Terrific catch.
Here we go. Unbelievable shot.
Terrific catch.
Very well done, and he's done superbly.
And it's a big shot straight away from Phillips.
There we go, he might have just turned his bat on.
We're back. Players coming back out onto the pitch after a rain delay, and Gloucestershire are going to resume on 3-1-6 for 8. The news is that there are, how many overs in the day, Ian Randall?
There are 19 more.
Yeah.
So I think tactically that makes it fairly straightforward. Gloucestershire have got 9 overs left of their 110. Could they get to 350 in those 9 overs? They need 34 in 9 overs. And I think at the end of that situation, if they're still batting, it doesn't make much sense to go on when you can have a little dart at Leicestershire tonight. And that is what I think they would do. And 34 in 9 overs, you might be able to bat for most of those 9 overs fairly sensibly and still have a dart at the end for 2 or 3 if you absolutely have to.
I agree with you. I think it's, it's 4 and over, isn't it? It's not anything beyond the realms of possibilities. And I think what they'll do then is they'll call it a day at 350.
If they get there before that, they would declare, I would suggest.
Yeah. And then have a little 8 overs stint maybe tonight at
thereabouts.
Leicestershire owners. If they can winkle out 1 or 2, they'll be really happy with that.
So Leicestershire still need a wicket to get their 3rd bowling point.
Rehan Ahmed is going to take us away from the pavilion end. There's just some running repairs to the stumps there. They've just put some soil in there.
If you haven't been with us all day today, but you've managed to get home and think, oh, well, what's happening in the cricket? Well, Gloucestershire have added 208 today for the loss of 5 wickets. And the story has been a series of modest partnerships glued together initially by an 85 for Ollie Price, and then this partnership actually has been the highest of the day. They came together at 222, so they've added 94 for the 9th wicket, and we've got a 50 on debut for Danny Lamb, and we've got a career best for Ajit Singh Dale. And we should say that Ollie Price's 85 earlier in the day was also a career best as well.
Well, if Danny Lamb gets, say, 30 of this 34 and he's on 86, would you then declare on him?
Ooh,
That's another equation to be taken into consideration. Anyway, he's going to face the first ball of Rehan Ahmed and defends. Peter Hanscom collects it from behind the stumps, and we're away into the evening session. Ahmed approaching the crease, quite flat leg spin, pushes it through a little bit, doesn't he?
yeah, we were just looking at the numbers during that last break. This is the 38th over the Leicestershire spinners have bowled in this innings, and they've only taken 1 wicket and they've only bowled 1 maiden.
Lamb defends.
So the Gloucestershire batters have found a way just to rotate the strike against them.
Yeah, Parkinson doing the fielding there in the floppy hat. Short and wide and cut. Just for a single.
Thanks for those of you who've been in touch about our Zahir Abbas interview, which Dan did yesterday and which we played out at lunchtime. Some very nice feedback about that, so thank you for that, and well done to Dan for securing the interview in the first place.
It was an honour. Felt in the presence of greatness.
An interview partly secured at the Oval on Wednesday. No, seriously, I mean that was where you bumped into him and you posed the question.
I did. That was a dot ball there. Yeah, I did, and very nice. It was 2 at the Oval. That's well bowled. Hanscom takes the bails off.
Ajit wasn't sure whether that was the wrong one or not, I don't think.
I think it was the wrong one. I think it's gone in. Oh no, it's not. It's gone away.
It's gone away, but he couldn't be sure of that.
No.
So spin at one end, and the tall figure of Josh Hull, by the looks of it, is going to bowl at this Ashley Down road end.
Yeah. And I wonder if you're going to see Hull bang the ball into the pitch.
That's what he did after lunch. It brought him 2 wickets. It wasn't a great watch, to be fair, but it was justifiable in its outcome. He didn't pitch much in the batsman's half, but he did get Ollie Price out, caught behind off a feather of a top edge, and then Zavagahar lobbed a catch really to Scriven at point. He was trying to cut over Scriven, who was probably 30 yards from the bat, and in the end didn't get enough on it. So Hull with 2 for 85 from his 18 overs to come in from this Ashley Down road end and bowl to Lamb, and that's pulled for 4. That's a good shot behind square. It wasn't a great delivery, bit of a loosener, and down in front of the club offices. It's raced away for 4, and if Gloucestershire are going to get to 350, then one of those and over will do.
Real loosener there, wasn't it, from Josh Hull?
Yeah, Lamb hasn't decided to change his shirt after that slide in at the bowler's end. He's got dust all over it, but he probably hasn't got an unlimited supply of those. Let's get superstitious about that sort of thing as well.
It looks like he's done a day's graft, doesn't it?
Hull, it's back of a length again, and there is the century partnership between these two for the 9th wicket. It's a good effort. Yes, Lamb has played the senior role, but Singdale has supported him well. He's made 38. And he's serious enough about what's ahead of him here to take a fresh guard. Hull's only got 1 slip now. He's got 2 men back on the leg side. So whether they will try the short stuff remains to be seen, but that's again back of a length outside the off stump. So Chris Wright 3 for 40 from 23 overs.
Bowled very well.
Yeah, Scriven 2 for 57 from 18. He's been tidy. Parkinson 1 for 84 from 22 without a maiden. Rayan Ahmed 16 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 40. And we had just 5 overs of off spin from Colin Ackerman for 3 runs. And Hull in his 19th over has 2 for 90 at the moment. Here he is. That is short, and Singdale tries to play it down on the leg side, tries to get above it, get the bat above the ball, but at the end it pops out on the offside. See who is that? Budinger again, under the helmet. I suspect it is.
Yeah, I think it is. Yeah.
They're going to bring Chris Wright in on the offside now.
Yeah, he's Budinger, number 1 on his back. Edgar Davids at Barnet.
So Lewis Hill with a bit of semaphore that went wrong there because the instruction clearly wasn't understood, and Wright has stayed on the leg side. Cheat, backs away almost as far as the car park there. The ball followed him. That was almost like a last over of a white ball game there. What are you doing, Dan? Are you right?
Sorry about that. I was just trying to get my lanyard and my ground pass from off around my neck. Been a hot, sticky day here in Bristol.
Well, the Jeep back away once more. Will Hull try and follow him? It's inside the line this time, and taken down the leg side by Peter Hanscom. End of Hull's over. There are 7 left until Gloucestershire cannot get any further bonus points. They need 28. And James has been on the email. Dan mentioned earlier that Lamb taps the ground when waiting for the bowler, but Ajit doesn't tap his bat at all. Just an observation. And from Paul
James Healy, aged 39, from Bristol.
I wasn't going to give that away. And this is from Paul Spencer. We might get to that email after this over from Ahmed.
Ahmed in as Lamb gives himself some room. He's going to maybe get 2 here. No, Ajit won't take on the arm of Scriven out the boundary. It's not Scriven, actually.
It might be Kimber out there.
It is Kimber, yeah. Kimber's a good fielder. Scriven's at backward point. They have swapped, they have alternated in that position. Ahmed as Ajit hits it out to Long On, who's halfway back to the boundary, and they come through for 1.
That was a hoik.
Yeah, it wasn't a very pretty shot. Anyway, what's this email in?
No, we'll do it at the end of the over because Ahmed races through his overs.
Defended there from the England leg spinner. 1 cap in Pakistan. I wonder if that's going to be. Do you reckon he'll be a 1 cap wonder?
Oh, he's only
I
18.
hope not.
He's only 18, isn't he?
Yeah. It's just defended. That's the Scriven. You join the likes of Alan Wells, Alan Butcher, Mike Smith,
Tony Pygott,
Scott Borthwick. Left alone. 324 for 8. So 26 runs needed. Oh, that's well bowled. 26 off 6 is the target here for Gloucestershire.
So we're
to
talking
get that bonus point.
Yeah, so we're talking earlier about sort of the history of cricket and indeed of Leicestershire. And Paul Spencer says, spirited fighting back, very welcome by Gloucestershire. But how much more rain will there be? Question mark. Well, we hope no more today, and the forecast for the rain in 2 days is good. He says, you were talking yesterday about Leicestershire cricketers. I was surprised nobody mentioned Ken Higgs.
Yeah,
who I
sorry.
remember as a Leicestershire player after many successful seasons at Lancashire. After his last test in 1968, he joined the Foxes, while primarily a bowler. It was a batting performance that might have stood out. He was 40 in 1977. He came to the wicket with the Foxes 45 for 9 against Northants at Grace Road. 4 hours later, he was run out for 98 with his partner Ray Illingworth on 44 at the time, unbeaten on 128. The partnership fell 7 short of the all-time county record set in 1909. He was also one of 10 Leicestershire players to have a road named after him by the council after the championship winning season in 75. Don't we love cricket for his fantastic history? Indeed we do, Paul.
Yeah,
and
we do.
I think really we were talking about Leicestershire spinners yesterday more than pace bowlers. And that's why I think Higgs' name maybe didn't come up. Hull to continue his attack, and a splinted slash away by Lamb is not connected with.
I could have mentioned. Well, we spoke about Les Taylor, didn't we? Didn't speak about Gordon Parsons.
That was the other name that I had in my brain.
Yeah, didn't speak about Ken Higgs. Didn't speak about Paddy Clift. Didn't speak about Jonathan Agnew. Or George Ferris, who broke Roland Butcher's cheekbone. Pretty badly, actually.
Hull staying around the wicket. Short, pulled away by Lamb again. He's picked the gap once more. That's 4 more. And a couple of boundaries in this little mini spell from Hull. And Lamb has picked the gap, even with that part of the ground pretty well covered. He's got 2 men behind square on the leg side, and he's still absolutely bisected them with that shot. 329 for 8, 21 needed for the 350 and the 3rd batting point. Short from Hull, chopped away. There is a man at 3rd man. They'll think about 2, but the throw quickly in from Rishi Patel. So keep it at 1. Lamb goes to 68, and as we said earlier, June the 12th, 2022, exactly a year ago to the day, was the last time he started a county championship match. It was for Lancashire at Edgbaston against Warwickshire. So
Looks a good cricketer.
Hull to Singdale, short, and Ajit steps inside the line, gets out of the way. There is still a leg gully and a forward square leg. The man on the rope at deep backward square has gone in front of square, and now there's just one man at long leg. So if Ajit gets it past the leg gully, there's a big space potentially to bring him runs. Hull again down the leg side, Ajit inside the line.
Yep, you can't have more than 2 behind square on the leg side. Law that came in after body line. Something to do with Bradman not being able to play the short ball, I believe, Ian. But, we won't go there. We won't go there.
So briefly some scores from elsewhere. Division 1, Essex 462 for 9 declared. Somerset 167 for 9, so 295 behind. Kent 301 and 93 for 1. Leeds Surrey by 249 after they bowled them out for 145. And Hampshire still a long way behind against Lancashire. Lancashire 374, Hampshire 142 and 66 for 1, so still 166 in arrears.
Ahmed to Lamb. Pleasantly played off the back foot into the offside.
And they are
Can't get it past
they're
Hill.
off for bad light at Trent Bridge. Warwickshire 571 for 9 declared, Warwickshire 82 for 5.
Lamb defends.
In the second division, 3 other games. Derbyshire making a good fist of it at Chesterfield. They were 4 down pretty cheaply in their second innings, but they have rallied. So Yorkshire 353, Derbyshire 111 and 230 for 4, so they only trail by 12.
It's being played at Queen's Park, isn't it, Chesterfield?
Chesterfield.
Lovely ground, bandstands there, and the crooked spire. As that's a bit more width, and Lamb drives into the offside.
Pretty evenly balanced at Chesterley Street. Leaders Durham 368 for 5, only 22 behind Glamorgan's 390. And similarly at Hove, Sussex 348 all out, Worcestershire 340 for 3, 100 there for Jake Libby.
Ahmed. There's Singdale. Punches that one into the onside. 18 away from another batting point.
It's a good effort by, very good effort by these two.
Yeah, really is.
222. Gloucestershire might have, some fans might have taken 1 batting point. 3 would have felt over budget.
Lamb scampers through there.
It's a good call.
Yeah, Ahmed took the pace off that. So Triple Nelson 333 for 8, 118 for 5. Let's have a look here. Oh, that looks rather ominous. Oh, that's earlier, is it?
That was before the last
Thank the Lord for that.
drop of rain we had.
Lovely evening here in Bristol.
So if we get to the close, we will have had 84 overs today, which is about an hour short of what
Where we should have been.
where we should have been.
Yeah.
It's a pity that 2 sessions or thereabouts will have been lost over the 2 days, because it would have changed the tactics of the game somewhat. Hull short, clubbed up in the air and caught at deep backward square, so Lamb has to go. Hull has a 3rd wicket from a short ball, and the catch taken, I think, by Kimber, but Lamb finally is out for 70 in pursuit of this third batting point, but he's been part of a really good stand, a stand worth 111 for the 9th wicket with Ajit Singh Dale.
Really good innings there from Danny Lamb, getting a warm round of applause from the fans here in the West Country. And he has got his side from a position of even Stevens to where Gloucestershire are now probably in the ascendancy in this game.
Yes, you would think tactically now the game is all about how Leicestershire bat tomorrow.
Yep.
If they find they can put together a similar sort of total to this in a day's cricket, then it will effectively become a one innings game on the final day. If Gloucestershire can get on top and get a lead, bowl them out and get a lead of some sort, then they can drive it and set up a potential position where...
Or Leicestershire, do they look for parity by the end of play tomorrow and then bat for a session and a half and leave Gloucestershire a rather 200, awkward 200 to save the game on Wednesday afternoon?
I wonder whether Leicestershire's best chance might be to chase.
Zaman Akhtar,
anyway,
new batter.
So, can Akhtar in 23 balls stick around long enough for Ajit Singh Dale and him to add 17? Holds the ball to him. It's a full toss. He's pushed it out through the offside. It's a nice shot. That may race away for 4. It's been a chase for Lewis Hill. Can he haul it in right by the rope? He can't.
His first runs in first-class cricket.
Attempted Yorker, but he got it away. And because this outfit is so quick, Hill isn't a slouch, and it's beaten him all the way to the boundary at wide long off.
He bats about 7 or 8 for Bishop Stortford in the Hertfordshire Premier League. He's just joined the club this year, Zaman Akhtar. Played a little bit of national counties for Cambridgeshire and for Hertfordshire. And he looks a good prospect.
Hull to Akhtar, that's short and down the leg side.
No ball.
That called as a no ball. Hull's 100 is up, by the way. He's the first bowler to have 100 runs taken off them. He's got 3 wickets, but interesting that really that has been by the short pitch stuff more than anything else. Akhtar waits and defends. Majid thought about a single there. He was keen to get down the other end, but there are 2 balls left in this over, 11 needed, and Ajit becomes the senior partner now. Almost the subplot of the day. Two little breaks for rain in the day, one of only 5 overs and then one after the scheduled tea interval. Hull bowls, Akhtar can steer that down through the gap, and Leicestershire probably won't mind him out taking 1. Now what will Ajit Singh Dale do? 340 for 9.
There's still 2 balls left because of the no ball.
Three close catches, but 2 of them on the leg side. Not in your script, not in your shot. One at short leg, one at leg gully. Hull again to Ajit down the leg side. He steps across this time to try and help it on its way, but can't get a touch. What's Ajit been in for? He's been in for 106 minutes. He wouldn't have batted for 2 hours very many times, I wouldn't think. It's not been obviously an unbroken 2 hours, but Still a pretty long stint for a guy batting at 10. Again, down the leg side from Hull, who can express his own disgust at bowling a leg side ball, but Gloucestershire need 10 off 3 to get a third batting bonus point. Last pair together, but it's been a card that had some bits and pieces at the top with Ollie Price's 85, but much more down the bottom, as you can see there at number 9. Danny Lamb with a 70 on his first class debut for Gloucestershire, and Ajit Singh Dale still there, career best 41. Ollie Price's 85 also a career best, and Leicestershire at least now have their third bowling point.
Yep, so 10 runs, 3 overs.
And two, a bit harsh to say 2 tail enders in, but you know what I mean. Numbers 10 and 11.
Yep, Rehan Ahmed flicking the ball from hand to hand. Zaman Akhtar about to face as he... Where's that go? Oh, he cloths that, doesn't go anywhere. I was looking into the mound stand for that one, it was short. I thought it absolutely nailed it, and it's dribbled about 4 yards away from him.
You just need to keep a cool head here, not get too excited.
Akhtar backing away, misses that one. As he plays that one pleasantly out to long on.
So even if they were left to get 6 off the last over, it's still,
Yeah.
you know,
Oh yeah.
perfectly acceptable.
No need to panic.
The rate of the rate of scoring of the innings has actually been very steady, really beginning to end. It hasn't fluctuated vastly at any point.
Ahmed into Ajit Singh Dale, who gets across to the offside to try and work it square. There's a big gap here from the man at deep mid wicket. There's nobody in this region down here at all. Oh, that's gone over everyone. I don't know if he's got an edge on that or whether it's... No, it's byes. That's kicked off the surface and gone over the head of Ackerman at first slip and run away down to the actually down road end for 4 byes.
Gosh, you won't mind that.
Ahmed Singh Dale again goes across his stumps trying to work that one into the onside.
That was the last ball of the over. 2 overs to go. Only 5. So, to come back to your earlier point about declaration, if Ajit is 46 not out at 110 overs, what do you do?
50's a different matter. There's 100s that you don't mess with 100s, but 50s, you know.
You might get
Although,
two.
I mean, he'd like it as a personal milestone, but I think he'd like to also get that ball in his hand and give the Leicestershire openers an awkward 8 overs tonight.
So 12 overs left on the day. You have to take off 2 for the change of innings. So if Gloucestershire do not get the runs in this over, there'll be a maximum of 8 for them to bowl this evening. Hull over the wicket to the right-handed Zaman Akhtar, who defends.
Yeah, Gloucestershire players in their whites on the balcony, which is a telltale sign But when this 350 is here, they'll call it a day.
Hull into Actor, wants a single, he'll get one. Steered out into the offside.
Or 1 wicket from Leicestershire. It could.
Yeah, it could be over in 1 ball, but Ajit Singh Dale. And if they do declare, and he is short of his 50, if he's not out, then I think he will still feel that a career best not out is almost as good
Yeah, he'll be
as
happy
actually
with that.
getting there. 109th over of the innings. Hull to Singh Dale. Gloucestershire need 4. That's down the leg side. Singh Dale, he's stepped inside a few of those. Just managed to get bat on 1. That might be the difference. It could be trotting off for the 3rd batting point. Hull, as you can see, 3 for 104. His figures. Chris Wright has still bowled more overs than anybody else, 23 of them. And he's got the best figures as well, 3 for 40. Hull's wickets have been quite expensive. Can he finish this off? That's Ajit Singh Dale has made it. He's got it fine. And Gloucestershire get their 3rd batting point. Ajit Singh Dale goes to 45 and it is 350 for 9. But they're not coming in.
Oh yeah, they'll wait till the end of the over. Only balls left 2.
2 balls to go.
Yeah. I'll give him 2 balls to try and whack a 4 on a single.
It was a deft flick, that, from Ajit Singh Dale.
It was very fine, wasn't it?
He stepped inside some of the short stuff. Served up by Josh Hull. And in the end, when there was one that pitched up, got it away in the right place. Now, can he really put the cherry on the cake now? Hull to ball to him. Again down the leg side. And Ajit can't get a bat on it. So 1 ball to go in this over. Would they then allow them the last one? I wonder, would the Graham van Buren allow these 2 the last over before the bonus point allocation expires? There's nothing to be gained from batting another over, truthfully. Hull in. Oh, and that is down the leg side. Now, has Ajit got a touch on that as well? They've taken 1, and he has kept the strike. And they're going to go on, I think. There's no indication from the dressing room.
Yeah, maybe 1 over. 1 more over.
Ajit's got the strike. He's got 46. I mean, the budget from the coaches may have been, you know, we'll let it go to 110 if it takes to the last over to get to 350. So be it. It would still leave them 8 overs tonight, which is probably it's a spell from the 2 main new ball bowlers. Whether they would throw an over of a spinner in there remains to be seen.
Yeah, maybe 1 from Zafar.
So it is going to be Rayan Ahmed to bowl the 110th. Parkins is just warming up as if to say, well, if Gloucestershire are going to go on, then he's going to bowl from this Ashley Down road end. But we'll see. It will be Ahmed initially. And will Dan Whiting call Ajit Singh Dale's first class 50?
It'll be on Instagram if he gets it. Oh, that's leapt and bounced from Ahmed. Yeah, it'll definitely be on Instagram if I call this. Ahmed into Singh Dale, who whips that one, but he's only going to get 1.
He's giving an alternative strategy. I mean, we said is there any point in going on beyond 110? Is Graham van Beeren's view that, right, we've won the toss, you've got to bowl us out?
No, I think they'll want to have a little pop at Leicestershire tonight. Ahmed into Akhtar, who just nudges that one but can't get it past Josh Hull at backward point. 352 for 9.
At least he's got his first runs in first-class cricket
Yeah.
too, after a pair in the game against Durham.
Yeah, he's just played that one to mid-wicket.
Just nice for him to get some runs against his name.
Right, there's a conflab here. Parkinson and Hill and Ahmed. What's going on? Where to book for dinner tonight?
Somewhere down the Bristol Road? Gloucester Road, sorry.
Well, they could do far worse than go to Oak Calcutta, where I went to last night. That's a leading edge. Out to cover. Yeah, Oak Calcutta was very nice last night. Gentleman who owned it, loved his cricket. Fan of Zafar Gahar as well. As that's played to backward point. There's nothing from the balcony.
So
Nothing from the balcony.
they're going on at least one more over, so it will now be a maximum of 7 if the declaration comes after this over. Maybe there is a little bit of sentimentality for Ajit Singh Dale here. .46 not out. You wouldn't often get the chance to get a first class 50, but it may take him a little longer. Parkinson's coming on. He hasn't bowled from this Ashley Down Road end at all in the match. So would he be tempted? Or would Ajit be tempted to go for the short boundary here? Lewis Hill's dropping out to long off. There's a long on out as well.
Chris Dent's got a helmet on the balcony there.
So he's got his pads on too, has he?
Yeah.
Parkinson into Ajit, and Graham Lloyd turns down the LBW appeal. Peter Hanscom can't quite believe it. This is Parkinson's loosener just tossed up. Where is it pitching? Ooh. Parkinson in and
Initial impressions there, I thought that might be
hitting leg.
out, and after seeing it on the replay, I still think it might be out.
Well, umpire Lloyd didn't adjudge it to be. Parkinson again to Ajit Singh Dale on 46. Forces it down the ground. He'll only get one. Out to Kimber. And Leicestershire are going to bring in the long on and long off for Zuman Akhtar. 353 for 9, having been 118 for 5. Good recovery from the bottom order. And Zuman Akhtar sweeps. He gets that away very fine. That's going to go all the way to the rope in front of the Thatcher's bar for 4. Very, very fine tickle down the leg side. And this is all increasing the frustration for Leicestershire here, Dan, isn't it?
Yeah, well, Leicestershire now need to get a decent score to avoid the follow-on.
Further, these two
208 they need at the moment.
further they push it, The more difficult it becomes. Parkinson in. Almost a full toss. That's hit away, and that'll be 4 more. So Manakta soon picked that up and forced it away through the same gap that he put the first ball. That's a full toss. And Parkinson, the way he kicked the ground there, tells you everything he thought about that delivery. Up to 15. Parkinson again to him. Steers out to Budinger. End of Parkinson's over. So Tom Price and Zafar are downstairs, as you can see, spinning the ball. Really getting ready to think about bowling, but it looks as if Gloucestershire want to let, if they can, Ajit get the 2 runs he needs for his 50. So there will be, we're now down to 6 overs with 2 off between innings once this one starts. Jeet is on strike, and I repeat my comment at the start of the previous over. Will it be Dan Whiting to call his first professional 50?
Well, he keeps getting singles early on in the over. Here's Rayhan Ahmed, and that's got through the gap. They're going to come back probably for a second. Can Akhtar make it back? It's going to be tight, and Ajit Singh Dale has got his maiden first-class 50. He's been out there just shy of 2 hours. And that's a really good innings from him. He gets better and better every game, this guy. Well batted.
.90 balls and 6 fours.
Yeah, popular guy down here. I mean, he was an out-and-out number 11 last year. And he's obviously working hard at his game in every aspect, isn't he? You can see it with his bowling, you can see it with his batting, and it's really pleasing to see. He's one of the good guys. Let's just whip round the corner.
The last 2 wickets have added 142.
Wowzers.
Which really...
I mean, Leicestershire would have had dreams of bowling Gloucestershire out for less than 200 when James Bracey departed on 118 for 5. They'll be disappointed with this. Here's Ahmed to Akhtar, goes reversing, and that's got through past Ackerman for, it's a run. Umpire's not given anything, it's obviously come off the glove. I think this might be the final throws of this Gloucestershire innings. 3 balls left. That's just only finds mid-wicket.
He's played that shot quite a lot, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has.
Gets a lot of bottom hand into
risky.
it.
Risky. Ahmed to Ajit, looking for a little red inker there, and why not? Deserves it. Just pushes one down to long on.
He might be a bit drained to have a bowl tonight, you know. I mean, the argument might be that his adrenaline is pumping so much through him that he would actually be quite quick for 3 overs. But
yeah, I'd go with Zafar with men all round the bat. Really put the pressure on.
And put Tom Price on it. So Price and Zafar both downstairs would suggest that they both think.
I'd go with that. I'd go with that. And you know, Zafar have a silly point, a short leg, a slip, a gully. And say, right, got about well. If you want to be here in the morning, go about well. Ahmed to Akhtar, who just works that one to mid-wicket. Still nothing from the balcony.
This is surprising. It's
Yeah.
running down the clock on the day. So we're now down to only 5 overs potentially for Leicestershire to bat. I wonder if they're getting into a stage of potentially opening with a night watchman. Would that be
It's happened.
too much to ask
It's
with
happened.
5 overs?
It's happened.
I mean, if it's 1 over, then you can understand it, but 5 might be a bit too many. But here, Gloucestershire, say from 118 for 5 and 222 for 8, to get to 367 for 9 with the last pair together is a good effort. Parkinson in. Hit in the air, but safely. Out to Budinger. Bounce well in front of him. So Akhtar waits for Parkinson round the wicket, and that's clipped straight back to the bowler. This either seems to be quite significant turn or very little, and not much in between. Dan, would that be fair?
Yeah. Just got to be careful he doesn't get a leading edge here out to Sol Ballinger. That one's good.
Clip that straight up to long off, where Lewis Hill does the fielding, and puts Ajit Singhdale back onto strike. Akhtar to 18. Thanks for your contributions on email and such today. Welcome as always, whether you're in the East Midlands or local to us here at the Seat Unique Stadium, or indeed much further afield. Parkinson still with a solitary wicket, and Ajit is stumped, giving Parkinson the charge. He's out for 52. Parkinson in the end gets a second wicket, and Gloucestershire are all out for 369. 3 batting points. A very good effort from the lower order. Ajit Singhdale with the career best. Zaman Akhtar 18 not out, but the last 2 wickets added 146, and that's made a massive difference tactically to the game. Two career best scores in the day, and a maiden 50 on his debut for Danny Lamb. All that talk of a lack of first innings runs, that criticism has been stamped on Dan today with that innings.
Certainly has, and it's that sort of ballast in the middle order there that's done the business. Ollie Price needs a lot of credit, because he could have crumbled quite easily, and his 85 was a really gutsy innings on his 22nd birthday, and he deserves all the plaudits. Danny Lamb came in 70, Tom Price 28, Zafar Gahar 28, Ajit Singhdale 52. Zaman Akhtar not out 18, and the tail wagged like the happiest Labrador.
Yeah, Lamb, a very sensible knock, just about 2 hours. He did hit 3 sixes, albeit one of them was a top edge, but he judged when to go on the attack. A lot of his first 50 runs or so involved sensible singles, just rotating the strike, and he and Ajit Singhdale put on 111 for the 9th wicket before he was out. And then fair play to Ajit and to Zaman Akhtar, 35 for the last wicket. They still needs to get over the line and get the 3rd batting point, which they did. So the wicket takers for Leicestershire, Wright 3 for 40, Hull 3 for 109, Scriven 2 for 57, Parkinson 2 for 94. There will be 5 overs tonight for Leicestershire to bat. We would expect to see Rishi Patel and Sol Budinger, but who knows, they might come up with something creative with such a short spell to face the Gloucestershire new ball pair, whoever they may be. We'll take a short break. We'll be back with you in about 5 minutes for the last mini session on this second day. So here at the Seat Unique Stadium, it's 12 minutes past 6. We have 5 overs left on the day's play. I don't think Gloucestershire would bowl more than 5 overs in 18 minutes, but with the spinners on, it might be interesting. And 5 overs is what Leicestershire have to survive at the end of the second day. Gloucestershire having been bowled out for 368. That having lost their 4th wicket to the first ball of the day and been 118 for 5 at one point. So a very good recovery. 3 innings of note. Ollie Price is 85, a career best for him. Danny Lamb on his Gloucestershire debut and in his first red ball match for a year, making 70, batting at number 9, and at number 10 Ajit Singh Dale reaching 50 for the first time in a first-class match. He was last out stumped for 52, Gloucestershire having got the 3rd batting point in the penultimate over of the 110. So 5 overs, and you'd expect, Dan, that Tom Price, who's bowling the first one, will bowl the 3 from the pavilion end.
Yeah, it's going to be an awkward little session. Here's Price into Rishi Patel, who defends that. Patel, ex-Essex. No doubt his mother Rashmi is probably watching. Big supporter.
So the slips, Charlesworth, Ollie Price and Danny Lamb, and Miles Hammond in the gully.
Price in, slightly curved run. As that has got past, that's going to be a boundary there. So Patel is off the mark, gets that one back at a square past the diving Miles Hammond.
Leicestershire have gone in with their 2 orthodox openers. There hasn't been a sort of a funky thought of batting with,
You'd think they might, didn't we?
a tail ender perhaps, but yeah, 5 overs might just be too long for that, and obviously it would potentially impact on the start of the start of the 3rd day, as you were.
Price approaching the crease, and Patel very orthodox in his stance, very solid player. I mean, 300s this year in the county championship and 1 in T20 last Friday as well.
And he was the only man with he wasn't the only man with 300s. Kieran Carlson had 3, but Carlson now has 4 because he's made 100 for Glamorgan against Durham in the current round.
Price in. Makes him play. He's made him play every ball, which is good. Rishi Patel from Brentwood School, same as Frank Lampard and Noel Edmonds. And Tom Price will want a bit of swap shop. He'll want to swap the opener for the number 3 here, won't he? Price past the umpire. That's a good leave. Thumps into the gloves of James Bracey.
Suffolk has it. So where he is, he's at point. So
yeah, actually Singh Dale's down a long leg here.
Yeah, so that might indicate he's going to have 2 overs.
Maybe.
Can you imagine?
Here's Price to Patel. Again goes on to the front foot. That completes the over.
Yes, he might be a bit drained after batting for 2 hours, but you rarely feel better about yourself than at this point, having got some runs.
It is going to be Singh Dale.
At least he's going to have a couple of overs, just 2 overs from this Ashley Down Road. And of course, what Gloucestershire know is that tomorrow morning the ball will only be 5 overs old. So effectively they've got 2 hits with the new ball, kind of a free one tonight, and just a little bit of running repair to the crease at the the pavilion end from the ground staff, Tom Price must have really thought that when he's landing that front foot, there's just a little bit of movement, and one of the ground staff is out just trying to get the mallet on it to prevent it moving any more over the last quarter of an hour or so's play in the day. So Budinger is the only top order left-hander that Leicestershire have. The only other one is Josh Hull, who we expect to bat at 11. And Ajit Singhdale's going to bowl over the wicket to him from this Ashley Down Road end. 3 slips for him as well, so very similar field. What energy has he got left after that innings? Well, that's squared Budinger up.
Yeah, turned in there.
It's a tactically different game, Dan, isn't it, when you've got 368 on the board batting first?
Well, it is, and Gloucestershire have been chasing the game a lot this season, haven't they? And now they're dictating the terms.
Saying to Leicestershire, come on then, what have you got batting-wise? Singhdale from quite wide of the crease. Thinks he's got through.
I think he's hit that.
But umpire Graham Lloyd is not interested. Singhdale was off on a...
Celeb appeal.
Yeah, well, I was going to say a...
Pitched outside leg stump, maybe. I thought I heard 2 noises, but they're a lot closer to the action down there than we are here.
Who was the Derbyshire, the much-travelled leg spinner who ended up at Derbyshire, who was a very, very vociferous appealer? His name doesn't come to my head at the moment. But he played at Hampshire as well.
Imrento here?
Yes, yes, that's the one. He was probably the most enthusiastic appealer. Ajit Singhdale in, and Budinger squeezes that down to Tom Price at long leg.
I saw him once. I think he was playing for Birmingham. Whoever the 100 side is there, and I think he might have got a hat trick actually. And did about 3 laps of Edgbaston, down the Pershaw Road, round the ball ring a couple of times, and back to his mark.
To be fair, he bowled Derbyshire to victory here on the 4th day of a game, and we had the full range of appeals.
Yeah.
But it was one of those days when the ball was talking for him, and you felt that he was deserving of that mantle of a top bowler, which he is, of course. Ajit Singhdale outside the off stump, let go by Rishi Patel. 24 years old. Average is 30 in first class cricket, but that average will have picked up a bit this season. He's got...
I was surprised Essex let him go. He's had a season in the second level. I think he scored 400s in a very short space of time, and I was really surprised that Essex allowed him to go.
So he's got 568 runs this season at 56, so it's a significant improvement. Singhdale in, all that's chopped away, and that will go all the way for 4. There's nobody on the boundary at third man in this little session, understandably. Gloucestershire want a wicket or 2 if they can get it, and Patel squeezes that away past the dive of Hammond and to the vacant area in front of the mound stand. I think those who stayed on late into this evening session really have had good value for their ticket today, particularly with Ajit Singhdale's batting. You feel you've seen something of note today, don't you?
It's been an intriguing day's cricket.
Patel waits again for Singhdale. Worked into the leg side, but straight into the hands of Zaman Akhtar. And the end of Ajit's first over. He only bowled 2. There were only 5 overs tonight, and Gloucestershire just looking to nip out one of these two openers if they can. Graham Van Buren just having a look at the field. He has set for Tom Price, and Price will bowl to Budinger for the first time. Leicestershire's target after seeing out this evening, I think Dan will be to bat all day tomorrow. That will be the theory, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it certainly will be. Here's Tom Price coming to Budinger, who just nurdles him into the onside to Graham Van Buren.
Interesting one with the weather as it is tomorrow, which is decent. We're on another 104 over day because we're still catching up from time lost on the first day.
Yeah, there's plenty of time.
So
in this
that
game.
will mean that Leicestershire, if they bat all day tomorrow, will get to over number 109 out of 110.
Plenty of time left in this game.
110, of course, for the bonus points.
Price in. Squares Budinger up a little bit there. I think the atmospherics may have changed. I think it's
a bit fresher out there, do you think?
A little bit fresher. The sun's out, and I think it's maybe not hooping around as much as it did earlier in the game.
Certainly for the first 40 minutes this morning, it was moving quite a bit in the air.
Yeah.
Hence why Wright was causing so many problems.
Price to Budinger, who plays that out to Chris Dent at mid-off.
Might there be one chance tonight? Might Gloucestershire create one opportunity? Price only got two men on the leg side.
As Budinger finds the gap there, over pitch by Price, and Budinger puts it away with aplomb. So you've got James Bracey behind the stumps, Ben Charlesworth first slip, Ollie Price at second slip, Danny Lambert third, Miles Hammond sort of like a fourth gully floating, Zafar Gahar backward point. And there's a big gap in the covers there. Chris Dent is sort of quite a close mid-off. Graham Van Buren mid-on. Zam Akhtar is 3/4 of the way back to the boundary at square leg. And then Ajit Singh Dale down here at fine leg. Oh, that's gone past the outside edge of Budinger. Good response there from Tom Price.
Yeah, that boundary ball was a no ball actually, so...
Oh, was it?
I did wonder actually whether Price can, I say, sort out, and whether that's probably quite a harsh term, but it is an odd thing overstepping and correcting it. You come back a foot and suddenly everything else in the world changes. Are you then bowling the right length?
Price in, and that's well hit. Diving stop there from Chris Dent.
Leicestershire's only aimed tonight to get to the close.
Yeah, cries of encouragement from the members down here in the Ashley Down Road end, or the south of France end as it's become known.
I think those who've been coming here a long time have always called it that, from what we understand.
Yeah.
I know it's new. That's a new phrase to us.
Well, from Nice to Tom Price. Here he comes around the wicket. Budinger leaves that one alone, and that completes his second over. 15 without loss.
2 overs to go tonight. I wonder if Zafar might get one, just as a cheeky little duel at the end of the day.
Yeah, I think he might.
Gloucestershire won't bowl more than...
Or maybe Zaman Akhtar might get one.
Well, yes, that's kind of. I get your point about it just offering something completely different.
Danny Lamb's warming up there as well at third slip.
That's just
Am I hedging my bets here, do you think?
optimism. You'd expect Price to get it, but you could understand why Zafar might. So here is Ajit Singh Dale after his 52 with the bat. That's a good leave. It's a tight leave from Rishi Patel. And just wanders away just to gather his thoughts when he spent a lot of the day fielding in the deep. Are we going to be the last game playing today? They're still playing at Hove. In fact, they're still playing in 3 other matches. Singdale to Patel, defends. So at Chelmsford in Division 1, it's closed there. Essex didn't enforce the follow-on. They are 15 for 1 in their second innings, having bowled Somerset out for 167. Their lead is 310. And it's also the close at Trent Bridge. Notts 82 for 5, also in the first division against Warwickshire. They still trail by 489. Ooh. In the second division, it's close at Chesterfield. Derbyshire 248 for 4, second innings, that is. They lead by 6 against Yorkshire. That's quite a recovery from where they were. Singdale in short, a bouncer which is ducked underneath by Patel. And at Chesterley Street, Durham lead Glamorgan by 21, 411 for 5 they are in their first innings. They've made those runs in 97 overs. David Beddingham 134 not out, Ollie Robinson 102. Graham Clark 68 not out. That would have been quite entertaining to watch, I would have thought, today. Here it's been a
good side, aren't they, Durham? Very good side.
Yeah, it's been a slow burner of a day. Is there a sting in the tail, I wonder? It's very short again from Ajit Singh Dale. That's called as a no ball, and he's tumbled over and he's followed through as well. So that's a no ball for overstepping from Tom Price, and this from Ajit Singh Dale, very, very short. And called by Graham Lloyd. So the other matches in progress in the second division. Well, the match is at Hove, where Worcestershire are ahead of Sussex. Sussex made 348, Worcestershire 395 for 8. They lead by 47. Ajit Singh Dale in, and that's a better length. Again, Patel not forced to play it. Just looking at that Worcestershire card, there was I know Jake Libby made, well, actually, Jake Libby 192 not out. Good effort from him.
Ollie Robinson has been a revelation since signing for Durham, hasn't he? He really has.
He has, although I don't think you and I were too impressed with his glove work here.
No, he was.
It's a bit untidy in that win. Singdale again to Patel. Again, very wide. Could be given as a wide, actually, but Graham Lloyd says no.
No, I thought his glove work was scrappy, to say the least. But he can bat.
Oh, no question about that. And just in case you weren't with us earlier, good news today for Lauren Filer and Danielle Gibson from the Western Storm, who will join their captain and the England captain, Heather Knight, in being named in the squad for the 5-day Ashes test. That squad announced earlier today. Singdale to Patel, worked round his pads. There'll be a chase for Chris Dent. They'll come back for 2. It's a good throw, right by the stumps, typically accurate. But Patel was home, and that will leave 1 over on the day. And Leicestershire have accumulated 19 from the first 4 of 5 overs they were left to bat after Gloucestershire were all out for 368.
And it will be Tom Price. The final countdown.
as Europe told us back in 1985. Been a fascinating day's play here.
Interesting, Kent didn't enforce the follow-on against Surrey either in their game in the first division. They're still batting there. 158 for 3 they are, second innings. They lead by 314. That's a good advantage.
Price into Budinger. Not a lot of foot movement there. Budinger from both these openers actually are Essex lads, although Budinger was born in Colchester and went to Australia as a young lad.
So he went to Notts though. He was Notts to Leicestershire, wasn't he?
Yes, he was a Nottinghamshire. Price approaching the crease. Budinger defends solidly. He looks much more technically correct than the dasher we saw at...
Well, he's only had 5 overs tonight, but he may have come out with a very distinct target.
Yes, just stay there. Be there in the morning. Yes.
The dasher element may come tomorrow.
Yes, you can imagine if he had a big heave over mid-wicket and got bowled. Paul Nixon would be overly happy about it. Price to Budinger. Plays that one. Chris Dent comes scrambling across. Stops the ball. Stops the run. Paul Nixon, big Carlisle United fan. Very happy he was at Wembley to see them get promoted. Played for England, made his debut, age 36, for England in Australia. Apparently running around shouting, "I'm living the dream, I'm living the dream."
In the autumn of his career, you would argue.
Yes. Price to Budinger, who plays that into the offside.
Yeah, thanks for your company throughout today. If you've been with us at all of it or part of it, as ever, your interaction is welcome. It sparks other views. Yesterday it was the great bread debate. Today, Zahir Abbas and other memories from the former players. Thanks as ever to James Healy for his work on the cameras today.
Oh, that's a thick outside edge. It's going to go for 4 runs. Again, he played that well. Didn't push too hard at it, and even though it was off the edge, it went downwards.
We saw Ollie Price play 1 or 2 shots behind the wicket, very, very soft hands, so there was never an opportunity for a catch. So Budinger has 1 ball to survive.
Last ball of the day to be bowled by Tom Price to Sol Budinger, who defends solidly. So Leicestershire finish up without any collateral damage, 23 without loss, in response to Gloucestershire's 368.
345 to get tomorrow for parity. That will be their target. We might say the first target is 219 because that's what they need to avoid the follow-on, but they will be thinking it's a batting day, the forecast is good, and they will hope to keep their bowlers with their feet up all day tomorrow. Gloucestershire will know, having batted on this wicket, that as we tend to find sometimes at Bristol, the new ball is really key, and be a question of how Gloucestershire do with it, and then the impact of Zafar High. If this pitch really isn't offering that much to the spinners now, and the suggestion would be from Parkinson and Ahmed that if they bowled anything like, then there wasn't much in it for them. If Zafar can really pull something out and start to get the ball to talk a bit, then who knows where he might head tomorrow, Dan?
Who knows? It's going to be an intriguing day. We'll be back on at about 20 to 11, something like that, and
we look forward to your company, whether you're joining us from the southwest or the Midlands. We hope you have a great night. And from me and Randall and I, we wish you a very good evening, whatever you're doing, and we'll see you back here in the morning.
Just the last thought as the umpires have a chat with the ground staff about the front foot areas at both ends of the wicket. The two bowlers just have a pat on the back for each other as they go off. May just be a little issue with the movement at both ends of the areas where the front foot is landing, and the ground staff may just need to fill those in and really, with that what I would call a mallet, really make those areas as hard as they can for day 3 tomorrow. As Dan said, thanks for your company today. You can join us tomorrow from about 10:45, the start of day 3. Enjoy your evening. We'll see you tomorrow.
Here we go. Unbelievable shot. Terrific catch. Here we go. Unbelievable shot. Terrific catch.